Alright, folks, good afternoon. We have finished The Last Door Season 1 yesterday, so the logical progression is that today we shall continue on to The Last Door Season 2. Now, whereas The Last Door 1, I had the benefit of having played it episodically in the past. I would check up on the website every so often, a new episode may or may not have come out. And so I enjoyed that. But then got busy with things. With my schooling, with Crusader Kings, with transatlantic visits to visit a cute girlfriend. And so when 2006 rolled around, I was basically all in with enjoying cute times with a cute paramour, and then taking over the world in medieval Afro-Eurasia, that I stopped checking in on little fun websites that might have fun games on them. And so even though The Last Door Season 2, Collector's Edition, released just about 9 years and 9 months ago, if the timing was right, we could have done it 9 years, 9 months, 9 days. Oh well. This is going to be a wholly fresh experience for me. Closed captions mostly was the audio. It was sound effects. I had them enabled last time because I do like having subtitles, visual things. I should enable closed captioning for my stream too. It's extremely negligent of me that the option has been there for years on Twitch, but I haven't done it. I'll do it. It's just sound effects. It's a classic point-and-click adventure game, and so all the dialogue and descriptions are going to be text anyway. But doesn't hurt. So let's jump in. A continuation of a story that I adored. And everyone else got to finish it before me, apparently, because I am always the last of the draw. So how's about we just jump right into it? Previously on The Last Door. Jeremiah Devitt, alerted by the suicide and mysterious letter of his friend Anthony Beechworth, went in search for the memories of his past that he had lost. Devitt discovered that at school he had taken part in a strange experiment. Its goal was to peek through the veil, the thin line between the common reality and the world of horror and madness that lies beyond, under the watch of the Eye of the Bird. During his search, he was inoculated with the drug they had used back then. The serum made Devitt's mind travel for a few hours to the dreamlike realm of the Veil. Excuse me. There he met his old classmate, Alexander Dupree, who urged Devitt to join his cause and cross with him to the realm of the Bird. When Devitt woke up from his trance, he found himself deeply convinced by his friend's words. He traveled to Dupree's house, where he discovered his friend had dosed himself with a new serum, leaving a catatonic body behind. This new drug was capable of transporting the mind permanently to the Veil and beyond. Given that Devitt had seemingly taken a dose at the end of episode 4, Does that mean we are also in a permanent catatonic state while our mind travels beyond? Finally, Devitt found a vial of the serum and had it injected. He met his friend again in the Vale, and together they walked through the last door, entering a world forbidden to human eyes. Devitt's therapist, Dr. John Wakefield, worried by his patient's disappearance and strange visions, had sought help of his colleague, Professor Johann Kaufmann, an expert in the occult. Searching Anthony Beechworth's house, Wakefield and Kaufmann found a disturbing returned letter in which Anthony had tried to warn Alexander Dupree of what would have happened, what could happen if the door was opened. He feared something from the other side might then come to ours. Anticipatory music. They are coming. Okay, we have control here. Are we gonna board up the windows? None of us could prepare for this. Can I go outside? I can't. The visions, screaming, were merely a warning. And now, it is too late. There's a knocking on my chamber door. Get to you in a minute. It's probably the council. Neighbor complaining that my hammering is too loud for him. They are coming. Is it gonna be the same intro as before? No, we got the door this time, not the birds all over the city. Good old Carlos Viola with fantastic music. Cool cameo. Oh, there we go, our first bird. Love the dramatic close-up to its eye. Last night, I had the nightmare again, but this time it was different. This time he talked to me. It was the same unknown street. Oh, I clicked too quickly. Void of something or other. Void of people, perhaps? Because I see nobody. The walk speed is pretty brisk this time. In the previous game, it was an okay walk speed, but they did love to slow things to a crawl every time it was dark and you had your lantern out. Make it extra spooky. This feels like running in comparison. I walked aimlessly as if I were lost. Got nothing to click on so far. That I could hear it. The broken tromping on the wet cobblestones. The familiar sound of approaching, limping footsteps. Then, as before, he stood in front of me, gazing unrelentlessly, like he was expecting something. This time he spoke. Give me back what he took. Nothing else. Could this be Hugo? Give me back what he took. We do have a fourth witness, Hugo, who we never met. No, I have fallen asleep again. What time is it? Who's this, our therapist? Dawn already? It is time. It was several months since Kaufman and I had found the mysterious letter in Anthony Beechworth's house. A letter never sent, with a cryptic warning of what would happen if a certain door were open. It bore only the name of the addressee, Alexander Dupree. We felt sure Dupree was key to finding my patient and friend, Jeremiah Devitt, who had disappeared in such strange circumstances. Troubled by the death of his friend Anthony, Devitt had visited the school of his childhood and had never been seen again. Kaufman soon conveyed to me his deep concerns and warned that I should conduct any investigations with utmost discretion. He pursued his own research, though his thoughts and methods remained a secret. In his last letter, he requested that I visit East Hill Lunatic Asylum in London. There were reasons to believe that Alexander had been institutionalized there for many years. The nature of different related parties conducting their own investigations, sometimes intersecting, particularly in the case of the Doctor and the Doctor. It does remind me of the old Sarbacane games, like in Arcane, the online mystery serial. That trio of paranormal adventurers would often do the same investigation in the same places for the same case, but you controlled one character each episode as they all sought their angles. I was asked to confirm this hypothesis, and if proved correct, to gather whatever other information might arise. You know, I enjoyed this in a vacuum back in 2014, 2013, whatever. But if I give it the context of being of the same lineage as what Sarbacane was going for back in 2000, 2001, that makes it extra enjoyable. I think that there's room for... what do they try to do? Like, online games of a somewhat episodic nature that really tried to cater to a back and forth with the players at the time. Not just episodic in the sense of here's a telltale game, we'll give you one episode, then the next episode, but the next episode. But a kind of communion with the player base in the creation and release of the episodes. I like that. I think they were onto something in the turn of the millennium, and they were onto something in 2013, 2014. East Hill. Season 2, Episode 1, The Playwright. So this is East Hill Lunatic Asylum. I hope I can find information on Alexander Dupree here. And we leave. We actually can, because we have we have multiple locations we could visit across London in one episode. Just makes you wonder about scope. The episodes in season 1 were pretty simplistic. So how much bigger and grand is a single episode of season 2 going to be? It is 2016 now. East Hill Lunatic Asylum. This enormous stone building. Canada elects new Prime Minister. Cool. What else you got, kid? Good morning. I would like to purchase a newspaper. Yes, sir. It's 6 pence. I'm afraid I don't have 6 pence. Can you make change for a shilling? I'm sorry I can't, sir. But you know where to find me when you have the coins. Okay, but what could you tell me about the building? The asylum? I've never been inside, and I hope I never will. It's full of crazies, you know? Have you seen anything unusual around here? No, but maybe if you bought a paper. I figured he was waiting to see his friend, but I haven't got change. We can go left, away from the building. Let's do that. Good morning. Ah, yes, lovely morning. Sunlight of quite fascinating character. I beg your pardon? The light, it makes everything look different. You see, light touches things, soaks into them, and changes their nature. It makes them shimmer or makes them die. Do you live here in the hospital? I do indeed. My family's a generous benefactor to East Hill. They had me committed, but I don't blame them. They are just incapable of appreciating my art, or any art, for that matter. They mistake it for insanity. What are you drawing? I am not just drawing, my friend. I am trying to feel the light, to translate its power to the surface of the paper. Those animals don't like it, though. They don't want me to succeed, so they take them away. They take my drawings, they study them, and they laugh because my eyes can see the light and theirs are blind. But someday everyone will understand. Who are they? The ones who take your art away. Those foolish caretakers. They hide behind a big mirror, where they think themselves safe, and they look at me, they observe me. They even take notes. And where are your drawings now? I suspect they are somewhere in the archive, since I have seen confiscated items taken there before. You seem different from the rest. Can I trust you? I've been trying to sneak in for days now, but Miss Riswell keeps a tight guard at the door. I even stole a key from one of those guards. You're a doctor. Surely you could gain entry. If you could recover my drawings, I'd be so grateful. Here, take the key with you. All right, and since I'm doing an errand anyway, do you know a man named Alexander Dupree? My name is Dr. Wakefield. I'm looking for a man who lived here some time ago. Would you happen to know one Alexander Dupree? The name does not ring a bell. I have not been here long, though. You should ask the other patients. They may be able to help you. Some have been here for many years. Or you could ask one of the others, the brutes who keep us here. All right. Oh, there's a paper here. A few cardboard sheets line the bench. A perfectly symmetrical design in black ink. Please do not touch them. Alright, we're going to find one then. Or find a way to get to them. Inmate quarters. I'd misread that as intimate quarters at first. Oh, it's locked. They keep the inmates boxed in. Like a bunch of sardines. I guess we'll go to the main building, go say our hello to the staff, introduce ourselves. Granny? Good morning, madam. My name is Dr. Wakefield. I'm a psychiatrist. Oh my, good morning. Forgive my manners. I get so excited when we have visitors. We don't get many these days, and certainly we are lacking experts like you. What do you mean you lack experts? Every year we get less funding from the Crown. First the doctors started to leave, then it was the caretakers. Now very few remain. But we have a responsibility to our poor patients, do we not? We must care for them. They cannot be out living with proper people. We must keep ourselves safe. And our patients too, of course. I'm looking for a man who used to be a patient here a few years ago. His name is Alexander Dupree. Did you perchance ever meet him? Alexander Dupree, yes, there was one with a foreign name. I remember something of him. A good man, if I recall correctly, an educated man. But there was something strange about him, wasn't there? I believe it scared some of the other patients. You never know with this lot. I'm sorry that I can't remember much. There must have been so many people here, it's hard to keep track. Have you worked here for long? Yes, a long time. I can scarcely remember how many years. Time goes slowly in here, in the isolation. The rules don't allow us to leave. I don't know what is happening in the world anymore. But we have our duty, do we not? Who else will care for our patients? May I request access to the Institute's archives? There should be some information there about a man I am looking for, Mr. Dupree. I am sorry, Doctor, but the archives are private. We must not allow anyone to access them without the proper authority. Many of our patients come from good families, you see, and we take great care to respect their privacy. But do not look so crestfallen. You would not find much in any case. It is a long time since they have been organized. Don't you worry, Mom, I'll take care of organizing them. Bucolic landscape. Bookshelf. Old serial novels for patients to read. You know, I have to wonder if she herself is one. She did say she's not allowed to leave, which would be weird for caretaking staff. Severe-looking man, probably the founder. We have a door to the left, a window up above, and stairs going up. Picture portraying Dimpha, patron saint to psychiatrists, but also of those who suffer neurological disorders and victims of incest. Yeesh. Killed by her own father who chopped off her head after she refused to marry him. Okay, let's try the ground floor door first. I gotta deal with her, so the archives are here. We have the key. Our work here takes a great deal of discipline, Dr. Wakefield, as I'm sure you appreciate. It is rewarding in itself, but oh, I do wish I had something to occupy my mind more. To help pass the time. Okay, we gotta find her a distraction. And the pulp novels aren't gonna be good enough. This must be the recreational wing, where the patients relax and pass the time. Perhaps here I can find someone who met Alexander Dupree when he was institutionalized. Sunny beach. Stone bust. Another nice bust. Hygieia, Greek goddess of physical and mental health. Man wearing a worn-out military uniform. Before we speak to him, what else have we got here? Old-fashioned landscapes. And another door to the left. Alright, let's start talking to folks. Good morning, I'm a psychiatrist, Dr. Wakefield. Quite an impressive institution you have here. Could I ask for your assistance? I'm looking for a former patient to this institution. His name is Dupree. I am sorry, sir. I had never heard that name before. Could you ask one of your senior colleagues? He's got no senior colleagues. Unless she's a patient. The only senior colleague is downstairs. Well, you could ask Miss Riswell, the entrance hall. She's been here for years, maybe for too long. You know we caretakers live here with the patients, and we are not allowed to leave the asylum's premises. So they really are just not allowed to leave. That is so bizarre. This life can get to you if you don't take proper care. I try to keep as much distance as possible from the lunatics. But there's not many patients. This asylum is quite big, but I can't help noticing there aren't many patients around. Well, apart from those of the isolation ward, it is true that there are not many patients at present. Apart from those in the isolation ward, how dense is the isolation ward with patients? But there are even fewer of us caretakers now. We are only 3 for the whole hospital. For what I've been told, in the old times, the income was enough to provide for everything we needed. A complete staff, proper accommodation for the patients, and the best doctors. But as the newer, bigger regional asylums were built, the Crown's support was gradually withdrawn from East Hill. Soon everyone started leaving, and that's what remains. Then why hold on? Why not send your patients to the bigger regional hospitals and maybe even sign on with them? Good morning, madam. My name is Wakefield. I'm looking for a patient at this institution. The rumbling. She doesn't seem to have noticed me. Have you been living here for long? Looking for a former patient at the hospital? An eyeless gaze. Looking for a man called Dupree. We agitated her. Did the name agitate her? What a strong reaction upon hearing Mr. Dupree's name. At first I thought she was just tired with us bothering him. She must have at least met him. How could I get her to talk to me? She must have been injected by Dupree at some point. Made to peek beyond the veil. Excuse me, sir, I cannot help but notice your uniform. Were you in the army? Leave me alone. You do not want to talk to a coward such as myself. Is this one of those, my unit died and I survived, this is my badge of shame forever types? Thin piece of metal holding the window open. Mine now. Oh. With the light gone, we could see to the mirror, beyond the mirror. Therapy log. Edward Roan, 27, acute dementia. September 25th, 1891. Mr. Roan's condition has degenerated since the last session. He is restless, as if the morphine had no effect on him. For the last week, he has been obsessive, troubled for reasons unknown. September 25th, 1891. The patient's dosage has been doubled to no effect. September 29. Dr. Weddle has been attacked and bitten in the face. 4 men were needed to subdue the patient, Mr. Rowan. 3 markings were found on his body upon examination. Self-harm is a possible cause. October 3rd. Mr. Rowan's getting better day by day, both physically and mentally. His habits have changed considerably. He now shows an interest in religion and spends his time murmuring prayers, albeit ones unknown to my colleagues and me. Are these all the same one? Yeah, Roan, dementia. It's all one long box. Transparent liquid, may or may not be water. Coin at the bottom, is it a pence? Half a shilling? That is 6 pence. Dark as the room is now, I can see through the false mirror. Man on the other side, heavily restrained, desperately trying to free himself, as an expression of unbearable horror on his face. Oh, we get the newspaper for the lady then, which gets us to the archives. Oh, we got up and down scroll as well as left to right scroll, but only if I walk in front of something that's in the that gives me foreground access. I wonder how many things are going to be hidden that way. That's kind of cool. Oh boy. I would like a newspaper. 6 pence, is it? Thank you, sir. So let's see what we got. Today's Illustrated London News. The first headline is about a grim case. Scotland Yard keeps its silence about the ambassador of Turkey. Found dead last Saturday under mysterious circumstances. Our sources suspect he may have been murdered. Second, sea monster found in St. Ives. The remains of a serpent from the deep were found on the beach early yesterday morning. It is suspected they come from a seaside museum in Spain, destroyed a month ago by the sea waves during a terrifying storm. Another drawing advertising an operetta called Love Brushstrokes. So, since we bought his newspaper about the asylum, all right. You know, there are always voices coming from the place at night, crying, singing, and the inhabitants cursing like damned souls. That's the usual. This night was different. It was all silent, I tell you, not a single noise of the whole street. I looked at the madhouse and saw all the windows black, no lights. Everybody asleep in that place, now that's strange. And then I heard it. It was a scream like no other ever heard. Not a man of a woman, or a woman, but of a devil from hell. That is very curious indeed. Thank you for telling me. Sure. These devs are Spanish, right? Do you suspect that maybe the bit about the news, what is it? The sea monster washed up, possibly from a Spanish museum, could be another story to tell. Okay, Mum, here's our newspaper. Why, thank you kindly. How thoughtful you are. And while she's busy, this is the hospital archive, where a record of each patient must be stored. If Mr. Dupree's was really committed at East Hill, his file should be here somewhere. Restrained patients read by caretakers and a doctor. That's the picture they want. Discarded papers, dust. Locked drawers, but I got a key. No. Many documents attending the treatment of patients from 2 decades ago to last year. Dr. Dupree, Alexander, room 108A. And all the files are missing, as if they've been torn out. We have an address though, Paul Street, 26. Could that be where Alexander Dupree lived before he was committed to this hospital? Paul Street. Should follow this new lead and see if it takes me somewhere useful. Now, what if the papers that the artist is drawing on were ripped from these archival documents? Prior to 1870, need more recent. Metal locker, seized objects, ooh. Locked, of course. And we do have the key. Personal effects, probably sent in by patients' families but deemed unsafe by the caretakers. A stack made of thick sheets of paper, carelessly bound together, bearing the drawings and paintings of a troubled mind. And now they are mine. Can I look at them? Watercolor paintings, drawings of different subjects, a tree, vase with flowers, something could be a portrait. But the colors are dispersed, the shapes broken, decomposed and mixed in a world of bright flecks. This guy is an artist. He is simply ahead of his time. If this was the era of Picasso, then he would be celebrated and lauded. You enjoying your paper, Mum? My goodness, how quickly things change in the outside world. Alright, buddy, I got you your papers back. Here, are these your drawings? Great wonder, they're back. Someday they will understand light and shape as I understand them. Thank you, friend. If you want, take these cardboard sheets. Thanks to you, I have no more need of them. These cardboard sheets? A few folded cardboard sheets, each with a large symmetrical patch of black ink in the middle. I have heard of this technique, but always thought of it as eccentricity. Patients are supposed to see in them the deeper causes of their ailments. Alright, we got a butterfly and an ant. We're good at this. This is easy. And here we have a dung beetle. A mask! A mask! Hold on, he had his own comments, didn't he? First card. Shapes like organic. Almost like insects. I would say this could be a face. So we have a few people we could show these to. What about the lady upstairs? The neurotic lady. No? She doesn't want the raw shock of being shown these inks. Okay. Then driver. Head on out, driver. To Pole Street. Door 24, looking for 26. 26, but the door is bricked up. We got some windows. Thoroughly cemented over. It almost mixes with the facade. Maybe there's a back way. Ruins of an old chapel, apparently destroyed by fire. We got planks. Can I take the planks? Remains of benches and chairs. I was going to wonder if this particular ruined chapel was bombed out in the war. Because I have been to a couple of those. Well, no, there was Coventry Cathedral that they left in ruin from the bombings, but then I remembered, wait a minute, this is 1891 or so, right? This is the late 19th century. This predates the war by several decades. This is just their own ruining. Wooden cross remains almost intact. Improvised altar. I'll take a candle. Totally going to last me more than 5 minutes. There's someone on their knees praying, face covered by a hood. How's the save here? We got continue, exit to menu, so I'm guessing it's auto-save like the first game. You want to look at these cards, Lamb? No? Well, then I guess into the crack we go. Okay, all this line here is the exit. I can't tell if it's doing the... in the dark, holding up a light, he walks slower, because he already walks pretty briskly. Whether it does or doesn't, it's still brisker than the first game. From one crack to the next. This must be the interior, the bricked-up building I saw on the street. Mr. Dupree's former residence. Cannot tell who's on the portrait because it's so badly damaged. Someone crushed it into the floor. Doors bricked up. Something among the ashes. What have we got? A piece of paper. Vidi Levidiv. Looks like some kind of message, but there's only one half here. Paper's been carefully burnt. Not so careful if it still remains. Military medal. A relief of Her Majesty the Queen, and several pieces of metal engraved with her names, with the names of battles unknown to me. That's a pretty good hint, because very clearly, the guy in uniform, who sees himself a coward, will respond to this. Silly. Gilly? Let's combine them. You and you. Vidi CLLM Levitum Killy. I put both halves together, but the letters seem to be missing from the right half. The message does not make any kind of sense. One man in high-rank uniform, missing an arm. Few books remain at the shelf. Mostly doubtful treaties in chemistry and alchemy. Among the titles are Trithemius's De Lapide Philosophico, Geber's De Inventione Veritatis, the anonymous work Turba Philosophorum, and Ludwig Prien's Mysteries of the Worm. And a safe. Was probably locked. Oh, we got a proper puzzle. It's on 2. Maybe this tells me the order. 6, 5? Oh, hold on. It's been carefully burned because it's invisible ink. I was a child once. I know how invisible ink works. Candles. No? Paper to my candle. There we go. Seems to be Latin. Reads, I've seen a dead eyelid move. And more importantly, 6145. If I assume left, right, up, down. Six, 1, 4, 5. Six, 1, 4, 5. It's empty. Wait, that's not a safe, but an entrance to a passage. It is completely dark. The only way to know where it leads is by crawling in. Well, holes are holes. Oh, that's a pump there. I thought that was something moving on a stove. Mathematical formulae written fast and carelessly. Some of the symbols I've never seen before. List of numbers. Some kind of calendar or timetable. 4 chairs forming a circle, as if the hideout served as some sort of meeting place. And what is this? A still? Oh, there's a body there. A strange machine built out of wood, steel, and glass. What function could it be? He also had a machine of unknown function in his dark room. Dupree? There is someone sitting here wearing a horrible mask and a yellow robe. He is not moving. He's been skeletonized and his hands have long since fallen off. It is only a yellow robe. There is no body inside at all. What could be the meaning of this? But we have the mask now. We have been marked and chosen. Steps approach. I got no input right now. Text is smudge, I can't read it. Oh, hello, miss. She's praying super, super hard. Is this your mask? I'm so sorry. I'll just see myself out then. And close the door behind? I can't close the door behind. She must have been praying real hard for either that to keep working or for whatever's inside to stay inside. Just gonna put that lit candle back into my pocket. So who wants a medal? This door isn't bricked up. I'm sure it's connected given how much of crawling from one space to another space we went through in there. Sir, would you react negatively to this? This medal. I had one just like this. Got it after the battles of Lang's Neck and Majuba Hill in 1881. A decade ago now. For distinguished conduct in the field, it said. What a farce. So you're in the army as I thought. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Wakefield. Sergeant William Congill, Her Majesty's 6th Light Infantry. Are you another one of those alienists? Do you doctors not realize that cowardice cannot be cured by your arts? Why are they keeping you here? The doctors say I suffer from a nervous disorder. I believe this is a term for when they themselves, with all their learning, do not know what to say. But I know the true name of my sickness. It is pure cowardice. I'm looking for a former patient of this hospital. You may have met him. His name is Alexander Dupree. Yes, I did know a man by that name. We met briefly. He was here when I arrived. What do you know about him? He was a proper lad, educated. He listened closely to the stories of the other inmates, but he kept his own to himself. We talked a lot. He was very close to Miss Cone, too. I think they got here at the same time, but when he left, he did so alone. I wonder what has become of him since. Is Miss Cone the woman to the left there? She's a patient here. The lady with the tempestuous character. You may have encountered her already. She has not been the same since Mr. Dupree left, you know. She always sits to the side, alone and silent. I doubt you could talk to her at all, even if you tried. She sees things. Or at least she thinks she does. Now could I show her the cards? What did you talk about, Mr. Dupree and you? We talked about my time with the South of Africa. I don't like to talk about that, but he somehow made me want to. He was persuasive. He was very interested in one specific story, almost obsessively about it. He wanted to know every little detail. Could you tell me that story? I'm trying to find a patient of mine who has gone missing. And this could be my only hope of finding him. I don't like to relive those memories. A missing patient, you say? All right. Maybe my story will be of some use then. It happened during the Battle of Majuba Hill. I'm sure you've heard of it, in March of 81. The attack of the Boer army had taken us by surprise, and our regiment was forced to split up. We quickly found ourselves alone, just a few men lost on the barren plain. But I don't want to bore you. No, sir, you certainly aren't. Please continue. As I said, we were few, and we were sure the enemy was lurking out there. In the cold air of dusk, a thick fog formed quickly, masking everything around us. We could barely see each other. Am I going to play as him now? No, that's just my inventory. No, I am playing as him now. Run away! Now we gotta get into the head of the soldier in the mist. Bayonets forward! Then the others started to disappear in the fog, which is getting thicker and thicker. No fog this thick is ever going to be natural to this game. They got lost to the veil. I could still hear their footsteps for a while. Oh, that went by fast and nothing? Then he was alone? I'm going to assume that. I felt something in there, not afar. Murmur of beating, something alive, waiting. That's going way too fast. Suddenly my feet was in mud, a body, they're all there, dead. Only Captain Skid. Captain Skid, where are you? I was told only Captain Skid, and if everyone else is dead, I'm going to assume that meant you were alive. Then the mist cleared out. What had happened? I never knew for certain. I didn't see anything, or if I did, my mind refused to bear such memories. What happened to Captain Skid? When he finally regained consciousness, it was like someone else looked out at us through his eyes. I guess whatever happened affected him, changed him. I know he came back to London. Mr. Dupree asked me of his whereabouts. Maybe he tried to contact him to hear the rest of the story. He was quite preoccupied by it. Do you know where I can find Captain Skid? The last I heard from fellow veterans, he had lost himself to a frenzy of alcohol, opium, and bad company. His downward spiral led him, as many others, to a wretched nadir. A dirty hole, deep in St. Giles' Rookery, known as the Crimson Nest. Mayhaps you'll find him there, alive even if you're lucky. Here. This is a picture of our regiment. You can see him there. Alright, we'll search for that handsome fellow. The one with the blocky face. Please leave me be. Memories of war are painful. I don't want to remember them ever again. So, Miss Cone is very upset. Please do not distress her further. Will she respond to the cards now? No. Will she respond to the mask? Strangulation! It's the isolation ward for you this time. Face of the playwright! Face of the playwright! Oh, hello. Yeah, bud, what's up? Expression of what appears. He's broken through. He's out of his restraints. Let's keep it closed. Well, whether or not he knows that I specifically am there, I think that does suggest that the patients do know the mirror is two ways. That poor woman. They must have taken her to the isolation ward. So, tell me what you see here. No. Tell me what you see. No. Tell me what you... No. Let's see if they left the door open to the isolation ward on their way in. They did. You missed the other horror game? Oh, MP. They aren't too expensive if you want to revisit The Last Door Season 1. How much is it going for right now? $10. $10 isn't too bad for Season 1. You need waba knees. I got rubber ankles, if that counts. Or do you mean Deathmark? You missed the Deathmark games. I do have a mind of replaying the first Deathmark. I streamed the first Deathmark way ages back before I saved highlights because it was like my first year streaming. And I was always shy about the quality of my streams. I didn't think they were worth saving. And then I streamed Spirit Hunter NG last year. And then Spirit Hunter Deathmark 2 this year. Which you missed deeply, MP, apparently. But because I never did save the streams for Deathmark 1, I should redo it. I thought about doing it again this October after beating Deathmark 2. But I think I will save it for another time. Apparently, they're doing a remake of Deathmark 1, which excited me at first. Updated art, updated graphics. I already thought that Deathmark 1 had really cool graphics and such, especially with the ghosts. I think that they let you toggle it, old style, new style. But I had also read that they're updating Deathmark 1 for the remake to primarily have the like the interaction style of the second of the one I streamed, Deathmark 2, which is the probabilities, have this person do this action or that person do this action, which kinda killed my interest, because while it's alright for Deathmark 2, I feel that Deathmark 1's system works pretty well for Deathmark 1. And to try to turn Deathmark 1 into Deathmark 2, I wouldn't say it's a backward step, but I would say it's a little bit unnecessary. But I guess we'll see when the remake does come out. So I think that maybe when it does, it'd be worth replaying the original, just to have that comparison of, this is the Deathmark 2 system, this is the original system. And we could see how much the OG system works for itself, and that is a cute turtle, MP. I could just go into these isolation wards. Or into these rooms. This place is so decrepit that it's covered in vines and roots. Hello, my name is Wakefield. The butterfly is not what it seems. Excuse me, what butterfly? There is more after the scarab. See, I knew it! Butterfly? Scarab? I call that a dung beetle. That's a scarab. So, this butterfly, this scarab, is this the butterfly you talked about? It displays its wonderful colors, fills your eyes with awe, but this is only a show. Behind the veil, its body crawls on the dirty ground, hides in the darkness and transforms. Another of its lies. So what would this be? That's an ant, not a scarab. Its dark body creaks and rustles with its blind movements. Slowly, step by step, it gets closer and closer and closer. And this one? It will come, whatever you do. It will cry out loud, looking at you from everywhere at the same time. And this one? Him. Him? His mask. My mate from the other room used to scream at night. Always told us he could feel something under his bed. A presence. An eyeless gaze. Is this that face, ma'am? She doesn't want to see it. It's been a while since we went to the archives, but I'm pretty sure it was 105A, right? Where Dupree was held. And they likely haven't used his room since. Now, if this was any other adventure game, I would say it looks like there's enough corrosion on these bars that when I'm eventually assumed to be mad and locked up in here, we can maybe use a piece of metal to shave away at this, shave away at that, shave away at there. Old pendant on the dresser. Looks valuable. Yoink! Just gotta steal from the patients. Actually are just stealing from patients now. 106. 6. It's even numbers, so maybe it was 6. Or 4? I don't know. We're gonna go every place anyway. Wanted to click on this, not the door, but I guess that's nothing. Expensive looking furniture, nothing on it. Impressive painting of a lovely lady, equipped with a fitting, magnificent frame. I thought that was a person outside the window, just a flower or something. Mirror covered in dust. What has it seen? Could this be the room of the patient's mate who was afraid of a presence under his bed? A presence was somebody in the room beyond, crawling in and out. Well, time to crawl through more holes. Something written on the wall. One of them came last night. I knew what it actually was because of the sign it carried. The sign of the eye. I killed it and hid it well. If more come, they will not find their friend nor its eye. Doors bricked up. Window sealed too. The floor tiles don't have anything. For where, if anywhere, this guy hid something. Oh! One of the tiles is loose. He's not going to be able to lift it, but I do have a little lever here, piece of metal. Something in there, half buried in the soil under the tile. What's it gonna be? A bug? A cat? What did he kill and hide? A bird. A raven with an eyeball. A long dead bird, just feathers and bones. Holding something in its beak. A dirty and horribly deformed glass eye. This guy might have been onto something then. I'm not gonna take the bird with me? I'm not gonna take the bird with me. And that's a bricked up room. Bunch of bricks. Either construction is recent, not finished, or they were in a hurry to seal it. Door is closed for good with bricks. They're pretending it never existed, didn't even try to disguise it. So maybe whoever was in here was so mad that they just wanted him in an oubliette. They bricked him up inside and left it like that, and he crawled out from under somebody else's bed. Or maybe after he left, this place was so wicked that they couldn't bear to acknowledge its existence. They wanted the entire memory buried away. The playwright. No way to open it. Well, there's no way to open it, but I think we do know the other side of it. They really did just leave the door wide open for me, didn't even close it up afterwards. It was locked the first time I came here. They've only got 3 staff total. And they've long since lost all their cares. Not this way. She also doesn't care about me going in and out of the archives anymore. At first, it was give her a newspaper to distract her, so I could sneak in. But I think it's more since I gave her the paper, she's letting me have free roam with the place. She was that desperate for any new news. That door's wide open, and this glass is cracked. Glass cracked and that door wide open, so maybe that means that the isolation ward door is now fully open too. Or it could be the game just wants me to go to the 3rd location we've unlocked now. Distant battering? Nah, it's gonna be closed still. Eyeless but not blind. What if I give her the eye then, no? What if I combine the eye with the mask? Doesn't work? I guess we'll go try to find Captain Skids then. Hey, Hordian! How could a game called The Last Door have 2 seasons? Because we have yet to open that last door. Well, technically Devitt did by the end of the previous game when they got lost within the mist. Now, we have to either find Devitt or deal with the consequence of that last door being open. The first one should be called the second to the last door. St. Giles. The slums of St. Giles. The Crimson Nest shouldn't be far. Is this the, Is this a street from the dream and the guy with the crutches to walk forward? Street lamp, comforting glow. Crutch step approaches. It's just like the dream. This man. He looks like the man from my nightmares. He is blind in one eye. The empty socket glistens in the lamplight. He seems to want something from me. In my dream, the man said, "Give me back what he took." 1 glass eye for you? The eye was taken from a bird. It could be something metaphysical and spooky, or maybe a raven just took a shiny from a poor beggar and then found its way to an asylum inmate's room. Pretty cool, walking into this little blind spot here. When I come out the other side, there's gonna be somebody following me. No? Just a neat little screen transition, taking advantage of the scrolling technology. This must be the Crimson Nest. I've heard of such places where people lose their minds to opium shipped in from the Orient. I never thought I would step foot in one. To the opium den we go. Haven't been in one of these since, what was it, Hitman Contracts? An addict, completely asleep. Man with the lost gaze, mouth open. The king in yellow all over again. What is the matter, madam? My husband, he's unconscious. Please, dear, wake up. I am a doctor. Of psychiatry? Please let me see him. I am so sorry. He is not breathing and has no pulse. Your husband passed away hours ago. No, no. No, it can't be. Madam. So I heard you're single now. I'm late. This time I could have saved him. Have I gotten around to reading The King in Yellow? I have not, Hordian. I am negligent when it comes to reading. I read so much online as it is. Clearly, posts and forums are the exact same thing as books, right? What do you mean, this time? I discovered my husband's addiction to this hellish drug they call opium months ago. At first I thought he was sick, as I saw him grow thinner every day. So you're saying that opium could be a weight loss drug? Then I discovered he was visiting this place. I was very worried. I tried to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen. The addiction was stronger than he was. At times he was away for days. I would come here and find him passed out. The only way I could wake him was to put these smelling salts under his... Well, this is great. The husband no longer needs smelling salts now that he's dead, so this is one new inventory item for me. Now it's too late. Here, take the vial. Maybe you'll be next in time to save another soul from this curse. I could just start smoking, lower my appetite, and shrivel my lungs. A woman looked at the roof with her eyes going white, muttering some ramblings. Musician intoxicated with the drug smoke that fills the air. Repeated arrangement gives a sensation that time flows slowly. Short-haired woman, smoking without worry. Hello. I'm looking for a man who I believe frequents this establishment. A war veteran from the south of Africa called Skid. Can you understand what I'm saying? He has written, can't hear. So I suppose I should communicate with him by writing on the slate. Looking for Captain Skid. Don't know. Doesn't know the captain's name then. What about this photograph? Have you seen this man? Object of value? It means he wants payment. The pendant. The valuable pendant. He was in the door of the next room. I could have gone there. He doesn't like me very much. I gave him stolen jewelry from the patients. Curled on the blanket, showing is freezing. Could be effect of the drug. Lying on his back, breathing raspy, layered with phlegm and other liquids. Ugh. Smoke has eaten away at his lungs. Young couple come here together to enjoy the despicable vice. Well, clearly this place is a very romantic atmosphere. The first half is anyway. I'm sure I could find it. The King in Yellow is old enough now that I'm sure I could fish up pretty easy sources. A table with several opium pipes on top. Skids, you have your own private room. He's dead! Captain Skid, no doubt, unconscious but still breathes. Salts. So how do smelling salts work? You see them all the time in old cartoons. Is it just really repugnant? Is it like poppers where the inhalation of the fume does funny stuff to your brain, and the funny stuff to your brain of the smelling salt is called sudden alertness? Smelling salts, also known as ammonia inhalant, spirit of hawthorn, or sal volatile, are chemical compounds used as stimulants to restore consciousness after fainting. The usual active compound is ammonium carbonate, colorless to white crystalline solid. Since most modern solutions are mixed with water, they may also be called aromatic spirits of ammonia. Physiological action. Solid ammonium carbonate and ammonium bicarbonate salts partially dissociate to form NH3, CO2, and HO2 vapors as followed, yada yada yada. The smelling salts release ammonia gas, NH3, which triggers an inhalation reflex. Causes the muscles that control breathing to work faster by irritating the mucous membranes of the nose and lungs. Fainting can be caused by excessive parasympathetic and vagal activity that slows the heart and decreases perfusion of the brain. The sympathetic irritant effect is exploited to counteract these vagal parasympathetic effects and thereby reverse the faint. There's risks. Prolonged exposure to ammonia gas in large concentrations is toxic and fatal. If a high concentration inhaled too close to the nostril, it could burn the nasal or oral mucosa. The use of ammonia smelling salts to revive people injured during sport is not recommended because it may inhibit or delay proper and thorough neurological assessment by a healthcare professional, such as concussion, when hospitalization could be advisable. And some governing bodies recommend specifically against it. So it is basically like poppers then, where it's a specific chemical doing funny stuff to the brain. Cool. Growing up, seeing old cartoons that keep on using smelling salts, you would have thought it was just, ooh, this smells nasty, I wake up. What's the matter? Who let you in? Get out! My name is Wakefield. I need to talk to you. Are you Captain Skid? Her Majesty's 6th Light Infantry. That title belongs to me no more. Who are you? What do you want from me? Leave me alone with my misery. One of your soldiers told me about you. William Congill. Yes, I remember him. We served together. I have made many mistakes trying to forget those years of my life. Now I am afraid those memories will follow me to my grave. Looking for information on Alexander Dupree. I used to know a Dupree. He was not a man, but a friend, but a fiend. What do you want with someone like him? There are certain secrets that are better left undisturbed. Someone has disappeared. A patient of mine has disappeared. Alexander is the only one that may know his whereabouts. If it is true that Dupree is involved in her patient's disappearance, then I'm afraid the matter is out of my reach. Yours too. Now please leave me alone. Have you heard the name Jeremiah Devitt? I must find him. Devitt? No, I have not. I found your medal. It was in a house on Paul Street, door 26. You were there, right? You think you know what you are doing, but you cannot imagine what you are getting into. I am asking you for the last time, leave and forget this matter. I will not leave until I find the answers I am seeking. Tell me what I want to know. You fool. That's, for the devil's sake, all right. If you want to ruin your life, you are free to do it. What really happened on Majuba Hill? Sergeant Conwell told me the story, but his details were confusing. I will never be able to forget that day. Nobody knew what really happened. Command decided we must have been ambushed. Now I know better. There was something in that fog. Something that did not like us entering its domain. Sentinel of some sort. That thing is what killed my soldiers. And how'd you meet Mr. Dupree? I was at the Veterans Hospital recovering from an illness unknown to the physicians. An ailment of the soul. Dupree managed to contact me there. He wanted to know my version of the story. What happened to me in the Battle of Majuba Hill. Do you know why he was interested apart from there being a strange interplanal fog that killed your men and drove you mad? I did not know immediately, but with time I realized. The truth about what happened to me was important to his activities as was I myself. But if you think he tricked me, he could not be more wrong. I wanted to enter the dragon's mouth. I burned with the need to know. What do you mean by activities of Alexander? You really do not know, do you? Have you ever heard of the playwright? We've heard of it before? Are we going to get another flashback? We're going to get another flashback? As I imagined, you know nothing. Dupree is not alone. He is but the peak of a pyramid, a vast group in which powerful people take part. There were many masked people on stage when we got through the fog and saw Dupree. That was episode 3. A society acting in secret, ruled by a single sacred law. See that no one knows. See that nobody knows was the translation to the Latin phrase that Anthony and Alexander keep using in correspondence. I had thought that this was simply a group of 4 friends who were overly curious about the metaphysical. Either Alexander has leveraged this little school group into a much bigger organization, or this has been an ongoing thing of which we were just a satellite cell. But if Alexander had gone from the 4 of us school kids to in charge of this whole thing, it could go either way. Maybe that was the start of his rise to power, his rise of occult knowledge. I was part of it. Dupree himself recommended me. We gathered every month. What we saw, you cannot imagine. A curtain of normalcy protects the mind from something, an outer something. The fog of the veil protected us. But through the veil, we could peek out into the abyss. We could know the unspeakable shapes that writhe beyond, a black nothingness entirely full of horrors. We could never cross the threshold. What we saw was forbidden. Look at me, forbidden! I could not bear it anymore, so I ran. I ran and I hid from them. It was too late to run or to forget. Must go back to East Hill, talk to Miss Cone. If what the captain said is true, she must have been one of them. Yeah, but we haven't asked him what really happened in Paul Street. We didn't ask him what really happened on Paul Street. We managed to miss out on one crucial detail. Hello. We're just in time for the floor show. Are these birds? I cannot do this anymore. I don't care. I just want us to be together. You know it is too hard. I don't feel free. I know, dear. I know. We'll figure it out. How are you home so early? I knew all along. Vulture, snake, and wolf? How could you? You know you never loved each other. Silence. You have no honor. And you, what do you have to say? Why, I've given you everything. You wouldn't understand, Enough. You will leave in the morning. I won't see you ever again. I'll wait for you at dawn under the old windmill, so you can try to recover what little honor you once had. I'll be there. They even take a bow. Man, I missed the rest of the show then. And my inventory is all empty. All of my stuff. All my cool stuff is gone. I must have fainted. What is this? Where am I? Cannot see outside clearly. Is it foggy? Blanket on the bed. Mine now. Taking a shred of this blanket. How strong is this man that he could just rip a part of the blanket off casually like that? Or how weak is the blanket, I should say. A matchbox? That's matchbox 1, and now to find 2 to 20. Marks of the dust on the floor. Saw that hole. A small, dark hole in the wall. This door looks metal. Am I stuck in the asylum now? The door is shut for good. No knob, no keyhole. Match is too short. Can't stretch my hand to see what lies beyond the hole. Make a torch. A pair of feet in there. Who is there? We have met before. I cannot see you. Who are you? Do you not recognize my voice? No, I'm sorry, do not. Do you know what this place is? It is a starting point. The first place to look. But who are you? What are you doing there? Remember this. I will not be here forever. Darkness will light your way. Stay out of the light. Then I will disappear, and you will be alone in the end. I do not understand. Tell me who you are. Silence. Is the window going to be open now? Can't see outside, can't open it. Could I take more of the blanket? The blanket is now ruined. I must take it with me. And then we'll use it to form a rope ladder. Well, now I have no matches. Only the mattress remains. I must take that with me too. Okay. Oh, it wants me to cover the window. Stay out of the light. which has melted the door and wall away. This guy is brisk. He is so much quicker on his feet than Jeremiah. Devitt, is that you? Devitt! Stay out of the light! Out of the light! If you have the invincibility cheat on in Mercenaries Playground of Destruction, and you swim, which is normally something that kills you in like 3 seconds flat, out beyond the sea, eventually the game glitches out and it shows the texture of your character's face on all the terrain, and it's kind of like this. Though this is just Devitt standing over Devin on a table. But that's what it reminds me of. Devitt alone. Devitt in a group of 4. And then blood. Bloody trails. I was told to stay out of the light. That's no fair. You dropped it on me. Tell me, why are you doing this? Is it because you care about your patients? Or out of scientific curiosity? Is it for your pride? Because it is your professional responsibility? Or is it because it is the right thing to do? To be continued? Why are you doing this? No, Devitt! It is all right, mein liebe Freund. How are you feeling? I feel dizzy. What happened? Where are we? At my house. I went to East Hill to meet you and found you inside one of the cells. Unconscious. Your clothes stenching of opium smoke. I had brought you here. You've been out for a day and a half. So, this game does get kinda creepy, paranormal-ish. But what if we were just high from hanging around in an opium den for too long? I think it's coming back to me. I was at one of those opium dens. I might have passed out after breathing in that dense smoke. Listen, I have much to tell you. My investigation unearthed a great deal of new information. Alexander was indeed institutionalized at East Hill, but his files were missing. I managed to track down a man who knew him. He told me a story you would not believe, and there was this woman, a patient at the hospital. She was completely out of her mind. She attacked me. What is happening to these people, Kaufman? How was this Alexander related to Mr. Devitt? I think this patient, Miss Cohn, might know how to find Alexander. We must go back there and talk to her, whatever it takes. She's going to be dead. She's going to be dead or missing. I am afraid that will not be possible. What do you mean? Frau Cohn is no longer at East Hill. She escaped last night. God almighty. Do not worry, mein Freund. I think I may know where she is hiding. Get ready. We must leave promptly. Is she going to be in Paul Street? Or is this travel going to take us outside of London? Oh, we got a party of 2 now. They are coming. Oh, this is the beginning. With her hammering away, putting boards over the windows. They are letting him in. That's us knocking on the door then, now that the door has been opened. They are coming. See, so the German doctor knows because he played the game already, so we saw the intro, so he knows where the house is. The banging on the door from the intro. And is it gonna be empty? Is she gonna be skeletonized by all those birds? Completed first episode. Achievement complete. The adventure continues in episode 2. I don't know if this is just longer than in the first game, but it feels like it is. Maybe these episodes are going to be denser than they were in season 1. And that's pretty cool. Does this backers had a tier to provide a description in the game? That's kind of cool. Small window description. Do you think anybody fought over getting to describe a certain thing? I kind of miss when it would tell us how many backers the project had, because it's pretty fun and endearing in season 1, going from episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, episode 4. And you can see how it starts off with just a few hundred backers in the first episode, to a few hundred more, 1,000, 2,000 by the end. How much more attention and adoration the game starts getting as it goes on. Person near the window description. What I think I'm going to do, though, since that took about an hour 40 or so, is I'm going to grab a BRB real quick, get myself some more waters, get some tea in, and then we'll do episode 2. And since brewing tea is going to take a sec, where's the capture? Do I not have it on for the BRB screen? There we go. Alright, T-Get. So how about we get back into this? Episode 2 time? Episode 2 time, seen for the first time for me. Gotta be 9 years behind everybody else. Previously on The Last Door. For those who forgot 10 minutes ago. Wakefield and Kaufman followed the only clue they had on Devitt's location. The recipient of Anthony's disturbing letter, Alexander Dupree. Wakefield visited the East Hill Asylum to gather information of Dupree's past. Wakefield discovered that Dupree was a leader of a secret society known as the Playwright. He learned that they practiced rituals with the goal of peering through the veil, the line that separates a common world from an outer void full of horrors. One of East Hill's patients turned out to be a member of the Playwright, but she escaped the asylum. Wakefield and Kaufman followed her to her hideout, a cabin in the mountains, when suddenly, a big flock of birds appeared. I just had to pause for a sec, because they went from London, I'm assuming, to some place with mountains, and that's either way north or way west. I must forget nothing. Okay, so who we got here? We got some redhead with mutton chops. We got rope. It's always a good sign when we start with rope. Everything must be set. There's a ladder to the right. When the time comes, rope tied to this beam. And then what? And I am visited again? Oh, that's not rope, that's a fuse? I guess he's not one to refuse the call to action. We're gonna find that door eventually. For a moment, the sky was dark. We heard the calls of 1,000 birds, but another sound rose above them. A sound I could not describe. What? I expected her to be skeletonized. This looks like... What is this, a giant scorch mark? What just happened in here? Where is Miss Cone? We are too late. Yes, and right in it. It is ashes. The windows are covered with wooden planks. It looks as if she were trying to keep someone from entering. Or something from getting out. And she didn't account for the chimney. It looks like that is the extent of my investigation. Oh, the circle? Chalk. A circle drawn hastily on the floor. She thought it could prevent what she knew was about to happen, but she was wrong. I do not know what to make of all this. I do. Boo! What are we booing, Hordian? Is it the refuse bit? Are you all right, Mr. Kaufman? It is nothing, mein Freund. Just a bit of a cold. Now, mein Freund, I think we should talk. In light of the events we have recently witnessed, the matter cannot be delayed any further. You must make an important decision. It is not yet too late to go back to your daily life, to go back to our daily lives. If you do not want to continue, you must forget all about your patient Jeremiah Devitt. You will have to keep to yourself everything you have learned about the mystery of his disappearance, and never talk about it again. But should you wish to continue the search, you will need to accept the consequences, whatever they may be. Please do not make this decision lightly. The path ahead is not without peril. Damn. I pop back into OBS to do a quick tech check, and I see 10,903 frames drop total. A whole 5% of all frames so far? What the heck? You know my answer already, Kaufman. I must know what happened to Devitt. So be it then. As you may have already realized, this matter involving your patient transcends the limits of psychiatry as we know it. We are not dealing with the effects of trauma, or the demons of the subconscious, at least not to the terms we are used to. We are dealing with something old, something dark, a sinister truth that has been buried deep for generations. This man, Alexander Dupree, and his organization, I think they seek to uncover these secrets, and I fear they may have already. Miss Cohn's fate, whatever it was, must be related somehow, but my knowledge of this area is simply not sufficient. We must pay a visit to an old friend, someone I never thought I would want to see again. An ex-girlfriend. Did Herr Doctor, Professorin, also date British once? The man who introduced me to the extended scientific field of the occult. My mentor, Professor Adam Wright. Season 2, Episode 2, My Dearest Visitor. Robin Ishizapi, it could be me today. I'm up to 11,291 frames drop now. Kilobytes look ropped frames. It's never the same boundaries. How this captures. Every single time I use it, it's some new cutoff point. Yeah, good enough. So generally, stable bit rate for most of the stream, and then every so often it'll just dump everything all at once, and have like 1/20th of the frames drop, and then go back to normal, which is maybe as stable as Twitch can get in this current era. They got some odd decision makings going on, and little of it has to do with money going towards infrastructure maintenance. It feels like they're very much in a reduce as much overhead to push the profit better than actually ensuring the quality of the service right now. Dearest Visitor, Episode 2. Wickport. It's kind of sanguine, this town over here. I'm assuming this is a town map. I see coast. I'm guessing that's buildings. But the way it gradiates from a kind of reddish at the top to a kind of pustulish yellow at the bottom. It feels like a festering wound to me, this town. I'm too handsome for the internet to be able to capture my beauty. That's why I'm all transparent, MP. I'm a ghost. There's less of me to capture now, so it should be better by that logic. I doubt he is away at this time of day. Perhaps he cannot hear us from the front. Let us try the back door. Mrs. Oakwood? She is the manor's housekeeper. Maybe it's running on Mega Drive. Yes, who is it? Good morning, Mrs. Oakwood. Don't you remember me? Why, Dr. Kaufman, bless my soul, it's been so long I hardly recognize you. How nice to see you again. Allow me to introduce my colleague, Dr. John Wakefield. Is a professor at home. We would like to see him. Why, yes, doctor, of course. I am quite forgetting myself. Let me take you to him. It is really good of you to come. He receives so few visitors these days. On account of his condition. His condition? Oh, sir, I am right sorry. I thought you knew. The professor, he suffers from an ailment afflicting his brain. He is now entirely confined to his bed. This could be the other person that Dupree was in correspondence with, and who was writing about the different dosages they were working on for their formula that ended up leaving Dupree in a catatonic state, but that catatonia was able to elevate his mind beyond the veil and through the last door. So an ailment affecting his brain, and he's entirely bedridden. This could simply be his material state, while he's actually astrally projected himself so far away. Mr. Mutton Chops! Professor Wright, you have visitors. One of them is your old friend. Look, do you recognize him? It is Johann, Professor, your old pupil. I reckon he does remember you, Johann. It has been a long time since I have seen him so excited. I will leave you two to talk to the professor. It may be difficult to keep him on one subject for long, but oh, it does him such a world of good to speak with old friends. Should you need my assistance, I'll be in the backyard. Professor? Uncle James, you are back. It is I, Professor, Johann Kaufman. Where is father? Where has he been taken? He suffers from some kind of memory loss. Yes, I'm afraid he will not tell us much in this state. So it's time to explore his house, turn it upside down, and try to find some object to unlock some other object, to unlock some other object, to find the one key piece that will unlock his memory. If we could but stimulate his memories, maybe then he could tell us of his research. Something to unravel the mystery of the playwright. Perhaps. We have few other options in any case. We should let us try. Why don't you explore the manor? There may be some object we can use to jog the professor's memory. Meanwhile, I will try and talk to him about the time we researched together. That could also help him remember. Just refresh him in the mission. There's a window. His gaze remains fixed on the window, as if he were waiting for someone. So we have to find his family portrait, dress up as his father, step outside. He'll talk to Dad about anything, won't he? Professor Wright? Father, why must you spend so much time away, Father? We can't open his wardrobe. Alright. We have the run of the place now. Painting of the ocean. Figure in black on the beach. Oil painting, obscure medieval scene. Engraving on paper. Language unknown. And our first locked door. Attic. The bathroom. Gilded pipe, floor to ceiling. Probably gonna be useful later. Big mirror. I could see myself in the mirror, but the reflection is strangely distorted. Bizarre. Common radiator. Porcelain tub. With 4 blackened iron feet. Stone tower, thorn vines. A tower with thorny vines all around it. Could it have predicted the flayed man? 2 locked doors. Presumably not the attic. Now it looks like there are 2 ways to go upstairs, but there isn't. There's only one hallway. Torrential river, waves splashing on the banks, old church. Porcelain jar. Guybrush should hate this game, there's so much porcelain around. Portrait of Professor Wright. More halls with more doors. More locked doors. The pipe keeps going, so the pipe goes down from the attic to the bathroom to here to the next room. And he could interact and look with it, so it's gotta be important. It's gotta be like some key that falls down a drain. To here. To there. And it looks like the pipe continues down behind the stove to the floor. So we gotta chase something from attic to cellar. Bread oven. Who would want to breed an oven? Three locked doors. Basement this time. So we have attic locked and basement locked. And a pipe that joins between them. Also, what's she burying? May I ask you something, Mrs. Oakwood? Of course, Doctor. How did the professor become afflicted? The ailment runs in the family. Mr. Wright suffers from it, as did his father and his grandmother before him. It is truly a terrible thing, and to think, all these years Mr. Wright knew what would become of him. May God have pity on his poor soul. What are the symptoms of the illness? Well, I can't speak those long words physicians use, but I can tell you what I see in him. Professor Wright hardly remembers a thing from the last 40 years. It is like he is a child again. With God's mercy, it has now gone so far that it torments him no longer. Or is she just shoving the snow from the walkway? Layer of ice covers a pool of water. What's that over here? Statue garden? Statue portrays a clergyman hiding his face behind a mask. Queen removed her mask. There's an empty hole where her face should be. This seems like something playwright related then, all these masks around. Central statue portrays a cloaked figure holding a clay vessel. Vessel has a small hole in it, just large enough to see a metal object hidden inside. Mine now, give it! Do I need some tool to reach it? Peasant woman with her face behind a mask. Sage removed his mask, empty hole where the face should be. And a stiff tree, which is almost like a statue, except for the lack of a mask on it, too. Ancient oak. Oh, there's more here we haven't seen. What's this? A strange ornament on the wall that I could move. Push it. Oh, okay. Castle. Person walking through an arch. I know not what it means. Head is missing from that lion. And if I go down, that's just the town map. I guess not town. Is that trees then around? Trees, maybe? That could be some buildings there, maybe some buildings down here. So before I go that way, there was another door that I hadn't gone through here yet. We gotta do our preliminary look around first. No, that's just the back. Alright, because that was basement, that's locked, and then we went out. Alright, the last door we haven't gone through. And we haven't found anything yet. No tool, no key. We've been lots of places, but made no progress. Professor Wright has an eclectic collection from old adventure novels to treatises on the occult sciences. Some of these titles have been forbidden by the crown, he believes. Tin soldier, painted by hand. Could it hold some special significance to Professor Wright? Perhaps it would stimulate his memories. Imagine if we still did that to this day. Little toy figurines to commemorate battles at war. Maybe it's something patriotic back in the 19th century, but that just feels grim now. Globe. Extraordinarily detailed. Judging by the strange shape of the continents, derives from a fictional work or from prehistoric era. Huh. Okay. Clicking outside the puzzle just goes out. So the north, the compass isn't anything. The cape there kind of looks like a face. But we'll have to find the solution someplace first. Noises? What have we got over here? Locked door with noises? A racket of many birds on the other side. Either he's got an aviary, an indoor bricked in with mortar aviary, or there's something spooky going on there. Well, the only thing I got is a tin soldier. So tin, do your thing. Do you recognize this, Professor Wright? Sergeant Downing was sent to the front. The man that returned was not Sergeant Downing. My dearest visitor, he will know where to look. Oh, what a time he will have. Your visitor? What do you mean, Professor? He will have seen the map, and he will know the book of travels. The book of travels? Yes, yes, he will work it out, but he must not be too easy, no. But he will find the prize, I am sure. Prize? What on earth is he talking about, Kaufman? Something concealed, something precious. At his adult state, could he have hidden away parts of his research? He was always a proud man. He would not have easily forgotten his most groundbreaking work. A sense of its grave importance, at least, would have remained. In his confusion, perhaps he has holed it away somewhere for this dearest visitor of his to find. Why don't you explore the manor like we've been doing? Perhaps something will relate these latest ramblings. Meanwhile, I will continue my endeavors to revive his memory through conversation. So, that's going to mean the globe with the push buttons on it. Whatever Book of Travels could relate to is hopefully a book you could find on these bookshelves easily. Large volume here, quite worn. Illustrated edition of the Travels of Marco Polo. Perhaps this is the Book of Travels Professor Wright mentioned. At last we arrived at the merciful sight of the great ocean. We followed the coast north, in dear hope of reaching our home soon. So desert from the east to the coast, then north. It was not to be. The king of the land we traveled had declared war on the Great Khan, so we were forced to return as we had come. We never set foot on that bloody land again. We knew there was a port just a few miles to the south where we could find a boat. So, east to west, north, south, south. Our sea voyage was short, as our sails billowed with the powerful southern wind. We reached the most eastern cape and landed there. Our backs to the sea, we marched forth and soon reached home. So how to interpret this? Desert to the ocean. They went north, but then north the Khan, back where they came. South, trip to the sea. There's a cape here, a cape there. Let's try this one. That's it. Got it. First time go. Triggered a hidden mechanism. Small compartment. Open up the globe. And we got a sealed letter. Simply addressed. To my dearest visitor. Kaufman needs to see this before it is opened. Anything else in there? Empty compartment. There's a slight sound going. Kaufman, we just got a letter. Kaufman, look, I found an envelope. It was hidden inside a globe that a strange mechanism opened. To my dearest visitor, let us see what is inside, but first. Even ghosts have to blow their nose, apparently. Exactly. This is another part of an intricate riddle, but to what purpose? To conceal something, perhaps? Or just the last acts of a confused and drowning mind? I am increasingly of the opinion that this is some mental construct, some riddle conjured up by the professor's failing mind. He may not have even understood what he hid. Those seeking wisdom must first know their own foolishness. Reflect on yourself in the heat of passion, to reveal what the cold eye of logic sees not. So I go to the mirror and steam things up. A riddle, and who would that visitor be? That is unknown to me, mein Freund. There is only one way to answer that question. If we can find the answer to the professor's riddle, perhaps we'll be able to solve this mystery. Alright, to the bathroom. To the bathroom. There's my distorted mirror. Reflect on yourself. The cold eyes of logic sees not. Radiator. So how do I get him to figure out that he's got to steam the bathroom? Take a bath, nerd. I think this bathroom could have used less scrolling. If it was just cut off, if it was just exactly here with no scroll, this would be a fairly lavishly sized bathroom. But because he could keep walking to the left, and the scroll just keeps on going, the bathroom suddenly becomes ridiculously huge. In the heat of passion. Do I have to talk to Herr Doctor and get him to make out with me first? My dearest visitor will find the prize. What if anything's different? Maybe we just have to talk to the housekeeper. And what if I have to ask her to run me a bath because we're too high breed to do it ourselves? What if that's a solution? Housekeeper's gone. Mrs. Oakwood. Is the Professor Wright fond of riddles? Oh. I was wondering why I was looking at a network disconnection on the stream as I have it up. And it turns out... What the heck, 0 kilobytes per second? We gonna disconnect soon? We're having a normal one today, I see. That is annoying. So it just does that periodically, huh? Network error, please try again. Error 2000, click to reload player. Nah. Indeed, yes. He has long been an enthusiast of every mind game you could imagine. In better days, he would host parties every other month. Themed soirees, he called them. Oh, those are good times. You know, maybe that would be fun. When I was in my early mid-20s in the armies, I once decided to throw a party because I don't really do parties, and so throwing a party for me meant just buying a bunch of alcohol, cooking dinner, inviting some random folks from work over, and that was basically it. And so one date that somebody brought with him came in like booty shorts, tube top, because she was expecting a party, and it was said it was just dorky me with food, with drinks. You guys want music? There's YouTube. Go find whatever. But maybe a themed soiree might be fun. We got board games. We could put together puzzles or riddles. If I can't throw a get crunked and grind up on somebody party, I could throw a here's a themed mystery for us all to solve party. Now I just need local friends. It seems so long ago now. So that just confirms that he loves puzzles. That doesn't get me any help. Cast iron wood stove. You think maybe I gotta chop some wood? We got a tree over here, some ancient oak. And we have a tree in the statue garden. But there's no hatchet, and there's no spare wood for me. Maybe season 2 is gonna have more esoteric style puzzles. Or maybe just episode 2, since the professor here loves his riddles. Mystery music. Any more? Well, there's fire. Reflected in the heat of passion. These books have nothing. Just Marco Polo's book. There's not too much I can interact with. Dried branches I can't take. And up is up, it doesn't matter which side of the stairs, it all goes the same place. That door's still locked. Bathroom with a mirror, but I still can't figure out. I feel like what this is saying is I gotta steam up the bathroom, and when it's steamed up, a message will appear in the reflection, or in the mirror. But I can't turn on the hot water. I can't turn on any water. I'm already stumped. Those seeking wisdom must first know their own foolishness. Reflect on yourself in the heat of passion. Reveal what the cold eyes of logic sees not. I don't think it's in the paintings. Libraries seem to have nothing in it. And the basement's still locked? The basement's still locked. Miss, could you help us out? She's got nothing else we could talk about there. Oh, now we got water. So I guess it's not just turn on the taps for hot water. We got a teapot full of water we could put on the stove. And then we gotta get wood, right? Need to start a fire first. The stove has plenty of wood. So, where's our fire starter? You got any matches, miss? Matches. Alright. So, those weren't interactable before, but now they are, for the sake of the puzzle, I guess. Light the wood. Heat the water. Wait for a bit. I gotta race! Sometimes my cursor starts off screen and it takes a while to get it back. So, the end solution was easy to suss out from the puzzle, from the riddle alone, but getting there was kind of tricky since the solution was that things that were not pick-upable before now are. Reflect on yourself in the heat of passion. Condensation with the teapot steam revealed a hidden message. Add this clue to the letter. Knowing yourself, you may look upon your master. Meet his imposing gaze and seek to understand what lies beneath. Thereby learn the question, if not the final answer. Look upon your master. Meet his imposing gaze. I feel that has got to be the statue garden. One of whom should count as our master. Look upon your master. Seek to understand what lies beneath. Do you think this might have something to do with it? He's going in, he's underneath something, so maybe I want it in this position and not the rook? Meet the gaze of your master could also involve the portrait of the professor. How about this? The queen with her master removed. Look what lies beneath. No? Clergyman, face behind a mask. Sage. And a peasant. And how about this one? Cloaked figure, clay vessel, small hole in it. Matchbox in the hole? No. My chair is slowly descending again. Every time it starts to the bottom, it feels like being a child in Dad's office, sitting on the big office chairs. When I'm all the way down like this and the desk is all the way up there. I'm just a little boy again. The gaze of the master. Look upon your master. Meet not only his imposing gaze, but understand what lies beneath. A small key taped to the back, and a note. The question is the world from the peak of of man's tallest tower. From man's tallest tower. The answer yearns up to it, from the root of life, and time itself. The peak of man's tallest tower. Answer yearns up to it from the root of life and time itself. This could be the attic cellar thing now. We have a key. And both of those were locked. Unlock! And there is a pipe connecting the two. Shelf covered in ornaments. Is this the second half of the puzzle? From outside. Bird standing, facing to the right. Bird flying up. An unusual electrical device. Piece of equipment missing. We could see the tree over here that's been falling over. The old tree there. The answer yearns up to it, from the very root of life and time itself. Something hidden near the tree. And the key is gone, so I don't get to use the key on both the basement and the attic. It's only a one for. So we do have this over here. And I can't imagine that this does not relate to the other similar sphere in the attic. The question is a world from the peak of man's tallest tower. So go to the attic. Answer yearns up to it from the roots of life and time itself. Something concealed beneath the thick roots. Another note and a key. It is a truth our ancestors knew. And with stone silence, statues maybe, came to unknow. Key engraved with the shape of a feather. So maybe whatever we find in the bird room completes this. This episode plays like something of an escape room. There's an escape room in San Francisco that my boyfriend and I have done a couple of times now. Once, was it before his surgery or a little bit after? And then again we went down during Pride this year. Bird room, bird key, a key for the door. This key was buried under a tree. I can't imagine that these crows have been fed or looked after in so long. Bird with the black head and orange breast. Firhula, Firhula. A truth our ancestor knew, and through stone silence came to one know. Only by entering the gnashing jaws of primal horror. The basement! People fear the dark and the unknown, right? Corvus Cornix. Upupa Ipops. Turdus Marula. Did backers get to name the bird? Passer Domesticus. Porphyrio Eleni. Lucinia Megarhynchos. Megarhynchos. Erythacus rubicella. And one that is covered by a sheet. If the birds are silent, the phrase trails off. Carodelus flavorostris. If the birds fall silent. Well, there's nothing up. Oh, there's a. Oh, just looks outside to the rolling hills. Thought maybe a door I could open. So with the cloth, we might be able to do something. Cloth itself could be what we're after. What do you think, Herr Dr. Professorin? Herr Professorin Doctor. Is the cloth anything? No. You care about the cloth? No. We can't scroll that much to the right. You can scroll a bit too far to the left, though. What if I push the button like this, and the birds are now docile? Will that actually affect the nature of the birds? Or maybe I could just put this cloth on other birds. Get the birds silent one by one. The bird inside suddenly grows quiet. Okay. Entering the gnashing jaws of primal horror. I have a cloth to cover on birds. Greek philosopher Anaxagoras. Do I gotta get cloths for all the birds? What if I gotta do it in the right order? There's nothing else to look at here. A truth our ancestors knew, with stone silence came to unknow. But only by entering the gnashing jaws of primal horror. The gnashing jaws of primal horror. What are the gnashing halls of primal horror? The lion? Does the lion's head have anything? Something hidden in the lion's mouth, a lever. Inside the manor and a note. Will you at last know the truth? It said inside the manor. I was gonna check the statues because it was the sound of stone moving. But if it's in here, could it be the basement door? Basement door is still locked. But what was sound? Maybe it was a statue and inside the manor is misleading. Nothing different here. Can't do a thing with the metal bits. Scraping sound, what were you? Was it something back with the birds? Did the bird room somehow change because of that lever? The bird room seems no different. Maybe it's something up in the attic then. Did you unlock? Was that the big scraping sound? No. Bathroom any different? Bathroom is not. Nothing changed in here. The closet didn't open. Secret passage open at the end. Well, there you go. That's new. Professor Wright's archive. Should bring Kaufman in here at once. But I want to explore the puzzle. Maybe the 4 pictures on the wall relate to the 2 spinning panels we've seen. Experiments. 1885. Let us see. Have a look at this. Be careful. There's a small key inside the folder. First of August, 1885, results at last. After many months of tedious observation, something has finally come from the other side. I heard sounds of footsteps exploring the proximity of the stone archway. Footsteps, stone archway. This would seem to verify my hypothesis. Absolute horror is the key that we seek. 20th September 1885. Now that they have proven themselves useful, I have installed 2 new devices of the outer tunnels. I dare not go deeper. I have not heard it again, but I know the thing must still be down there in the dark. 12th November. Containment in the underground tunnel has been breached. Gone. 15 December. I have no choice but to abort the experiment. It can no longer be controlled. There is but one thing left to do. I will seal the tunnel, and hope that the abomination remains forever entombed within. Something got out, did it? What is this supposed to be? It seems to be a log that Professor kept during one of his experiments, almost 7 years ago. It is noteworthy that one of his entries has been redacted. But what is written in there cannot be true. It must be some kind of hallucination. A sign of Professor Wright's illness, maybe. Perhaps, though we should not jump to conclusions. We can conclude that the professor had another working place underground. Perhaps that key opens a basement door. There could be a route through to this underground tunnel. Meanwhile, I will keep looking through these documents. There must be something more than the folder among this mess. Complete disarray. Shredded paper. Appears to have been notes. Many folders, no distinctive tags. Piles of papers. So, the centerpiece of this room. Metallic hatch on the wall, no handle. And these pictures, framed silhouettes, under each is an inscribed plaque. There's also a lever. Mr. Strachan was a well-positioned man. He fell madly in love with the younger daughter of the Bartleys, and so he proposed to her. I'm guessing that is a well-positioned man. Young Agnes fancied the idea of marrying an older man, but she always hid her feelings from her mother. Mother? Lady? Mrs. Bartley never did take her eyes off her daughter, and watched them at all times. Okay, so... I see the puzzle now. Fall madly in love with the daughter of the Bartleys and propose to her. So you two are facing each other. Mr. Strachan fell in love with the younger daughter, proposed to her. Young Agnes liked the idea of marrying an older gentleman, hid her feelings from her mother, so staring away from mom. Mrs. Bartley never takes her eyes off her daughter. Watch them at all times, so staring this way towards the boat. Easy enough, very direct and to the point. Mr. Bartley tried to show his support for their daughter, but his wife never paid attention to him, so looking away from him. Or just directly Mr. Young, Mom, Dad. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. The maze or the labyrinth? We got 3 of these now. Oh, where's the letter? The letter is gone. Check out that key opens the door to the basement. Could be an entrance. Okay. We got 3 of these panels now, though. These rotating panels. She's really chill about these 2 guys. One in front of the professors, another a stranger. Just roaming through and having... just working through the place. Tearing it upside down. Completely dark in here. Could feel a cold draft from the front. Too dark. What if I use this as a kind of torch? No? How about via the fireplace? Or maybe one of the branches of one of the trees has fallen over. And we could use that as a torch. Wrap this cloth around it. I want to believe this is the right answer. This sounded like one of the things in the experiment. Give me a branch of the tree. Maybe it's as simple as going back to the kitchen or something, and there would have been a lantern or something that just blends into the background and wasn't able to be picked up until now. Not a lantern here. When the 4 remove their masks of lies, the path to the grave will be cleared. You've removed a mask? You've removed a mask? Wait. Face hidden. I had thought that one of these had their masks out also, that it wasn't just the sage. Okay. I have an idea. This is basically a binary 1-0. We've only got 2 states to it. What if we flip these to the state they are currently not? And see what changes, if anything. I'm guessing there's a connection between these and the statues then. And we need the 4th in the basement. I changed the flying bird to a singing bird. Previously, we'll turn this from the labyrinth to the maze. And hey, we don't even have to go all the way outside, because we could just look at the window over here to check the states. Queen has removed her mask. Clergyman removed his mask. The sage is hiding his face. The sage is probably related to the one outside, with either the rook or the arch, because that was already in a good position. And that guy's face has always been open. So, yeah. We turn the rook back to an arch, and then we just need this one in the basement. Puzzle solved, we just gotta get there. Any lanterns here? Ornaments, metalwork, pipes of strange shapes, nothing. Any lantern in here? Nothing, nothing, nothing. Soft glow that lacks warmth. Take it with you, we need the light. There. And that should be Sage mask off now. Clergyman removed his mask, empty hole the face should be. Queen removed her mask, empty hole. Sage removed his mask, empty hole. And now all that's left is a peasant, with her face behind a mask. Give me one of those stiff branches. Every time I come back in here, I think she's gone because she blends in perfectly. Did Professor Wright work in the basement? Hordian, what's up? In the basement? Mr. Wright's... No. You must excuse me, Dr. Wakefield. I'm very busy right now. Have a good day. King's Quest. Hordian, you are mistaking me for retrograde Tom? That is his domain. The only Sierra game I've touched is Leisure Suit Larry's. What if I'm overthinking this? What if all I have to do is light the matches that I have? Match burns. Yeah, there we go. Looking all around for ruin match. Oh, it's timed. I gotta keep lighting them and then stepping forward, lighting them, stepping forward. That's cool. I'm gonna burn through this box of matches in no time, though. There's one more. I've run out of matches. Well, then now what? Crawling. Lurking. Approaching. Hey, I found a lantern! I bet you that if I recognize the fact that I wasn't just going through my matches, but it actually expected me to walk around with them, I could have made it to the spinny thing and rotated it and then walk all the way back to the left of the dark. I could have done that. Fallen through a hole, where am I? The flow of air is strong here. We got a pickaxe. Nope, a component. But we do have a lantern here. A working lantern. Tunnel blocked by a cave-in. Oh, this relates to the intro. So this must have been 5 years ago when he was down here, lit the fuse, and blew this. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing the walking with the lantern makes you go slow. So the pipe from upstairs then, from the attic, goes down to this horn. So whatever the device upstairs does, it releases audio here, is what I'm guessing. Let me check the achievements. Would there have been one for... Discover first secret. No, there doesn't seem to be anything for solving this before the matches run out. Spin that dial from square to a quarter moon square. And now the peasant should have taken off its mask and the path to the graveyard should be open. This is roughly taking an hour and a half or 2 hours per episode, I think. So far, it's been 1 hour since BRB. If we cannot access the title mentioned, a professor writes a log. How can we find the missing part of his research? I must talk to Kaufman about this. It's warping me to Kaufman so I don't just go to the statue garden. There's a large hole to the floor. One side of the hole may lead to some sort of tunnel, but it was completely covered in rocks and debris, so I could not tell for sure. Covered in debris. It sounds as if the professor succeeded in blocking the entrance to this underground area. It is unfortunate for us. I have made some progress on my own, mein Freund. I what? I think this could help us delucidate the next step in our search. Have a look. Does it have to do with statues and graveyards? Today, a meeting finally took place. Sierra published Half-Life, really? Huh. You see, Mr. Wright, our organization is keenly interested in your research. We could reach an agreement to fund this project. But first we need to know the details. I understand. The main factor is a condition of the test subject, how open he is to suggestion. As you know, only the human mind can open a physical passage to the other side. So a complete, absolute darkness will be required for the experience to result. A secluded place, completely isolated. A place that can only bring thoughts of what may be hiding in the dark. I had the perfect location in mind. But in total darkness and seclusion, how could the results of the experiment be studied or confirmed? That is precisely where your organization can provide help. I have designed a special device that would allow me to listen from a safe distance. So it's not outputting audio. It's inputting it and recording it up topside. It would allow me to listen from a safe distance. but I lack the means to manufacture it myself. That we could arrange. But there is one last thing I would like to know. How would the experience be triggered? By means of a chemical compound of some time? Mental the volume of games they were releasing? Sierra was definitely all in it for the money, you know, more than the artistic vision. Devs here or there certainly had their artistic vision, but as far as Ken Williams and Sierra at the top went, it was like, alright, you're gonna make us money, we'll publish it. You're gonna make us money, get in line. Do you mean a serum? Not at all. That would be of no elegance whatsoever. The trigger is the mind itself, the emotion known as terror. The primal fear that still survives at the depths of our mind for the times humans were mere beasts. That which allows us to open a physical passage beyond the veil of rational thought. Primal terror is the key that we will use to open the last door. Could this organization be the playwright? It may be, mein Freund. If so, then we are closer to the truth than we thought. But in this room, I have been able to find only some fragments of information, discarded material. It looks as if the main bulk of documents were moved from this room and hidden somewhere else. The basement tunnel. That seems the most reasonable conclusion. But access to that place is lost, is it not? The entrance was sealed. There may be another access that we do not know about. We got 2 points of advancement here. We could complete the machine and hopefully get a recording. And we can go to the grave. Now that we've got all 4 statues masked off. If we could find and use a device that the professor mentions in his log, I believe we could shed some light on this matter. Find and use a device. Lever. Piano melody. This sound. Do my ears deceive me? Is that a piano melody? I must see Kaufman at once. Already running back to Kaufman. Not to state the obvious, but it sounds as if someone is still down there, playing the piano of all things. But how is that even remotely possible? I do not know, but this means something important to us. It means there is another entrance to the underground tunnel. So could I have skipped this and gone straight to the garden? Because we have all 4 panels set to mask off, which means a way should be revealed, if the plaque is any indicator. And that we must find it. But we have run out of leads. You did not find anything of use in the archives, and Professor Wright continues to mutter incoherently about childhood memories. You must hypnotize a professor, mein lieber Freund. We are running out of options. This might be the only way to find the answers we seek. I feel as if maybe it would have been a secret if I went to the garden first. Look at this candle. Fix your eyes upon it. Your body is as light as a feather. Everything around you fades. You are entering a dark, endless void. It's amazing how many hypnosis dojins lead directly to NTR dojins. Listen to my voice. Where are you? A great number of trees surround me. The sun is setting soon. I can go north, and west. Go north. I stand beside a waterfall. It is not water that falls, but mud and rock from a great height. They fall into a bottomless abyss. Behind the waterfall to the east lies a tunnel. To the west I see the edge of the forest. Go east. I am in a dark tunnel. Oscar is here as well. He is upset. He yells at me. He begs me to stop. The tunnel divides into many passages. I can go north, south, and west. Further north. I'm in a large open space with a piano. Something stands next to the piano. I can't see it clearly, its face. The tunnel stretches into the dark. Walk down the tunnel. There's no going back now, it looks like. It is a very small room. In the center lies a deep pit. A ladder goes down. It is so dark. Down there it lies. It waits. I will not continue. I must go back. Down the ladder. I cannot. I can hear it with me, its breath. Dear God, I must flee. You must continue. It waits for me. It waits down there. I have gone down the ladder. I cannot see. It is pitch dark. I can feel its breath. It is here. It is with me. I probably could have explored further out throughout the forest of his mind. Enough. We went too far, mein Freund. You are right. I did not think he would react this way. You did well by stopping the trance, Kaufman. I think it'd be best if we leave it for today. Let us return to the inn. But I want to solve the statues. Reflect tonight on what we have witnessed here. Tomorrow, let's discuss the next steps in our investigation. January 21st, 1893. I just left the whole thing unresolved then. Come in. Kaufman, you're all right? Worry not, Wakefield. I am feeling a little bit feeble. It must be all this cold and humidity. Nothing serious. I would like to know your opinion about what we heard during yesterday's session. Do you remember anything that could help us in our search? Underground tunnel, mysterious figure, the man shouting at Professor Wright. Professor Wright mentioned a man that shouted at him near the entrance to the tunnel, begging not to continue. I cannot remember his... Oscar? Very good. It was Oscar. We should attempt to find him. He may know something about the professor's fears. If we could find this man, I am sure we'll shed some light upon this mystery. Why don't you go to the village and try to find out something about Oscar? My apologies, but I must stay here and recover my strength. Which is good. That means we're not constantly going... The inn, the town square. Look at that! It's completely inaccessible now. We can't go back to the manor. I want to go back to the manor and see what is revealed when I get all the statues' faces off. That's gotta be important. But surely we'll get back. Maybe that's meant to be a for later thing. Kaufman's coat. Respect his privacy. An ugly painting. That's why he's sick. He's got to stare at that all day. How are you feeling? I'm feeling all right, mein Freund. Just a bit tired. Let you rest. Okay. So it seems I can't explore any place else at the inn. To the town square, then. The Fisherman's Lodge. An old poster of a local traditional sport. Let me drink in peace. Are you a ship's captain? Why, what's it to you? Does I look like a captain? Your hat, coarse skin, your hands, your 3 earrings. It's the 3 earrings, surely. Because of the 3 earrings you are wearing. You have doubled the 3 capes, is that right? Indeed I have. Good Hope, Leowin, and the Horn. Therefore I hold the right to stand before kings and to piss against the wind. If I die as in the sea, these 3 rings will pay my wake. But no, that'll not happen now. Do you mean you will not set sail again? I love the sea more than anything. It is my passion, my freedom, and my life. But there are many things about him that we do not know. There are far from the coast and the deep dark, things we are still unprepared to behold. Believe me, those things await deep down. Have you seen many of those things you call fish? No, but you may have heard 1 or 2 of the stories the fishermen tell about the things seen out there. It is not but tales for young'uns, mere superstition for men too cowardly to face the dark. Any good seaman knows that the strong wind, a stretched rope can shake and sing. I myself have mistaken such keening for the wail of a child. But there was one time it was nothing of the sort. Then the sea howled. It was not thunder, not a strong wave clashing with my ship, no. It was like a voice. It spoke to me in a language I cannot describe. A sound muttered by a living something, a call unlike anything I had heard before. And I understood. What did you understand? I understood that there was no more freedom for me. The sea now had other lords, and whoever they were, I did know they would not share it. What happened then? As I navigated back to shore, I lost control of my ship in a great storm. The rocks of the cliffs did the rest. I do not know where the remains of my dear Augustine ended up, with the passing of years and tides. I looked for them once, for many moons, but all I found was this bar, and the bottom of an empty glass. I have never returned to the shore since, may she forgive me. Now leave me be. I'll leave you alone. You have the gratitude of me and my whiskey. All that blathering worked up a right sore thirst. Lady dressed rather elegantly for someone who came to drink in a place like this. So what's a lady like you doing in a place like this, then? 2 fishermen giving me a suspicious look. Bottles of rum, dark beer, couple of taps of ale. Good morning. You want a drink? Man sitting in the corner. What's with the man in the corner? Fred? You can ignore him. He's a sad, lonely drunk. Alright, tell us about Oscar then. We're here for Oscar primarily. Do you know a man called Oscar? You mean Father Oscar? You can find him at the church when he's not in here. It's right outside. Have you met Professor Wright? The professor? Sure. Saw him every other day as a young'un. Always involved in the village. He was la-di-da all right. But folks respected him. He got stuck in. Didn't last though. Shut himself away. Started getting visitors from out of town. He stopped coming to the village eventually. Last I heard he's gone crazy. None of us knows for sure though. Been years since I saw him. Father Oscar probably didn't approve of the devilry that he was working on. Door slams. We go to talk to the window and they slam the door immediately. This looks like the portal to a church. I want to see what other stuff we have around here. Remember how quaint it was that I thought we were getting... Oh, look at that. That's a shadow of the cross on top of the church. That's cool. Didn't even realize. Little sign on the ground saying church this way. Oh, that's nothing. It's just wallpaper. There's a boat. An old rotting boat rests on the shore. Providence. We're gonna take that rotting boat to sea, I bet. These are hard, rocky cliffs. You're not gonna find many ammonites or ichthyosauruses in here. An old rusty bronze bell of a seafaring vessel. Augustine! Augustine washed up over here. We found her. We're just gonna carry this big bronze bell with us, giving ourselves a hernia. Banana wooden planks that I can't bring with me. Man, I thought we were almost done with this chapter when we were nearing as much as we could do with the mansion. And then there's a whole town to go through next. So I guess these episodes are about 2 hours long, roughly. Why, that bell is from Augustine, my Augustine. Where on earth did you find it? I found it on the beach near the shipwreck. I thought I would never see it again. I will clean it and make it shine anew. Wickport Beach, our beach. Why, I must go straight away. Oh, to be reunited with my poor Augustine. What will remain of her? No, I dare not go. Oh, but I must. Good day to you, sir. We made an old man happy. And now he is going to die. How many frames have I dropped so far? We're at 18,902. We're keeping a steady 5% of all frames dropped throughout the stream. So, whether it's 1 hour of stream or 3.5, it's maintaining a steady 120 frames missing. Sorry folks, you're only getting 4/5 of the product here. Captain? Neither the cracks in your hull, nor your flaking paint, none of it matters. You are beautiful as ever, Augustine. Today we will watch the sun set together. Good sir, I cannot put into words what a great service you have rendered this drunken knave. Just as you, a stranger, have brought me to my lost treasure. May this old sailor's spyglass, in whatever way it can, help light the way to yours. Take it. It is a gift from the heart. We got a telescope! And it's not even my birthday. Alright, let's go see Father Oscar. Locked? Come on, Father Oscar! Someone's just spying out from that window, but they don't want to talk to me. Tell me about Captain Morvel. Does he come here often? Fred, he's a regular, a sad, lonely drunk, that's it. When will the church open? I wonder if you know when the church will open. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Church? Let me give you some advice. Barmaids ain't the people to ask about church opening hours. This here bar is my church. Most of the village have come to say things this way too, my way too. We prays here these days. The whole village has forsaken the church, but why? The town is forsaken. No work on the coast these days, see? Few can make a living. Most of the fishers and sailors have up and left. Half the cottages lie abandoned. Those who stay, they barely leave their homes, except to come here, of course. But surely there must be more than just this. Many coastal towns face the same struggle, but none lie abandoned. Well, there's rumors. Silly stories if you ask me, but some take 'em real serious. Fishers, big dependable guys. They'll tell you they've seen stuff out there in the water. Apparitions, shapes among the rocks. I say it's the booze talking, and I should know. Who could see anything in all that mist anyway? It's a permanent mist on the town, is it? Maybe because of the experiment they ran in the basement, the veil is especially weak here, and what is beyond can freely billow out. But fishers are superstitious. Folks believe the tales, and one by one, they just didn't come home no more. Is Captain Fred gonna be gone now? Close the door. Oh, there's a We saw her shape. I expect the captain to go missing. Is he and his boat? No, he's still here. He's actually still here. Do I take the boat? I don't take the boat. So, seemingly there is nothing else to do here. Telescope on the window. No. Lantern on the window. I could just leave. There's nothing else to do here then. Could I go to the manor? I can't go to the manor. Father Oscar. I have discovered the identity of the man we seek. Oscar is a priest of Wicksport's parish. The church door is closed. My dear Wakefield, what advice could I offer? A church would not remain closed all day. If you must wait, then do so. And in the meantime, talk to the villagers. Perhaps they will reveal something useful about the professor. I'll let you rest then. I just want to go back to the manor. There's a puzzle we solved that we couldn't. Too frosted to see. Could use a lantern? Could use some matches? Is the door open now that we've been out and back? Still locked. I could kill time at the mansion, surely. There's nobody else here to talk to. Talk to the villagers, but the only villager to talk to was her. There's nothing to the right, the road ends there. No alley between. Window shut closed. Okay, this is weird. I don't know what the game wants of me right now. We can't go to the right. Is it possible I did a thing out of order? And because we didn't see the conclusion of the statue puzzle, that we're missing something key from here. I can't imagine that's true. A lonely tree bent by the wind in the distance. Can you use a telescope on it? No. Maybe I could ask the bartender about the telescope. Maybe I could ask other people in town about the telescope. And they'll be like, oh no, that's his most cherished possession. If he's giving that away. Fisherman, have nothing to say about it. She doesn't care about it either. Doesn't care about the cloth. I have run out of matches. That the birds fall silent. There really is nothing else I can do. I've only got here in the inn. Fisherman's Lodge. I'm stuck. There's actually nothing I can do here. Am I supposed to have no more access to the mansion? Should I show the telescope to... No, he doesn't care about the telescope. Telescope from the window was also a no-go. Church should not remain closed all day. If I must wait, then do so. Talk to the other villagers. Reveal something useful about the priest, but there's nobody else. There is literally nobody else I can talk to. We have 2 locations, because we can't go back to the manor right now. He says to wait and talk to the villagers. Perhaps they have something useful to say about the priest. But then who else is there? Because this door's fake. We can't go between the buildings. This lady is staring out. You can see her in there. But then she slams the door. If I get close to try to talk to her. No one inside here. See, who needs Sierra games? I'm already pretty stumped. I could come as far as here, and there's a tree at the edge there. Telescope to the tree does nothing. What am I missing? Because there's not a lot over here. Can't walk on the seagrass. Still locked. What am I missing? What could I possibly be missing? Why am I so stumped here? And there's nothing else you could talk about. All the conversation options are exhausted. What if it is bugged? What if I simply have to redo the chapter because I ended up being rushed into the end of the first half of it? Oh, there you go. I just had to go to the shadow and then talk to her. Excuse me, are you spying on me? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You're not from these parts, are you? No, I'm just passing through. You all right? Yes. Could you do me a favor? For a long time, I have wanted to visit the tomb of my lover, but I cannot leave the house. Alright, we give her the telescope. Could you please leave these flowers there? No one in this village will do the service for me. Alright. Where is that place? Oh, you could not have known how grateful I am. You're a good, kind person. You can go to the graveyard through that path over there. The name to look for is Carter. Graveyard. Man. Not put it like that. That sounds so terrible. I was just watching folks passing by. I cannot leave the house, so I spend my days at the window. It is awful interesting. You learn a lot about people this way, you know? Really? What could you tell about myself? I've only observed you for a while, but I can tell you're on an important mission, looking for someone dear. There's a worry over your shoulders and a long way ahead of you. Well, that was remarkable. I'm frankly astonished. What could you tell of the barmaid? Ava is a woman with a strong character. Once I saw her kick out a group of drunk sailors from the pub without a doubt. She's in a bad mood lately because business is not what it used to be. She will not leave the village, though, as did the others. And Captain Morble? Let me see. What could you tell about Captain Morble? Poor Fred is always drunk. In the old times, when he was not sailing, he had long walks on the beach and looked happy. But now, rare is the occasion when he gives a quick glance at the coast. He lost all hope. And Father Oscar? He is a man who has lost his purpose. I see him walking aimlessly in the mornings and evenings, nervous and doubtful. All right, let's go see her, boo. Flowers for Carter. Rose Carter. How many Carters are here first? Bury my body with the salted driftwood, with the green seaweed and the worn-out ropes where I can feel the cold autumn breeze. Gerald Belly. Farewell to those of you that walk beside my grave. Here I lie, my name written on stone under the sun. Mary Jane Bennett. Do not bring flowers to this place, for rum is all I crave. Now I rest under the same stars I sailed by when alive. Daniel Aberton. Blank. No name, date, or epitaph. Is it just outside? No, there's more here. We'll give Carter her roses in a bit. The gnarly tree that we saw from the wreck. Then I stepped too close to the edge. Wah-hoo-wee! If this was a Sierra game. Good morning, I am David Wakefield. You come from the town, don't you? You need an answer. I know from your accent. Be careful around these cliffs. This is no place for tourists. It's hardly a place for anyone now. You'd best be on your way back. Strange things have been happening here. What do you mean? Seamen and fishermen alike swear to have heard voices of the rising tide. Inhuman screams, some of them say. And there are some who claim to have witnessed ungodly things at the dead of night. I once saw a ghastly thing crawling out there amongst the rocks. Screams? People have heard screams from the sea? Bloody drunks. They say the sea howls at them as if that was something new. What'd you see on the rocks? Late night it was, me on my boat. Fishin'. That's what I gets the best catch. Then I saw it. Not under the water as the others say. It was on a rock, perched there like it was smelling for something. The shape of it, like nothing I ever saw before. Not walking on the earth nor swimming in the sea. The thing was big and hunched over like a crouching man. The way it moved, it made my flesh crawl. Whatever it was, the mist itself was its ally, hiding it from my bare eyes, and in the end, disappearing away altogether. I swear, should I see that horror again, I'll take my most vicious harpoon and thrust it so deep in its wretched body that they'll have to bury them together. So what you doing up here? I come here when I can to watch the shore, just in case that thing comes back. The mist down there is just too thick. I can see better from here, even if my eyes are not what they used to be. Damn it if I could somehow regain my once sharp eyesight again. By God, I would impale that abomination for sure. Sharp eyesight, you say? Do you see it, man? Will this help you watch the shore? Why, it's old to be sure, but this telescope has been patched up to a rare beauty. You have my thanks, stranger, I'm indebted. Oh, what is that? On the cliff there, well, blow me, if it isn't the Wright's old summer house. I thought it entirely destroyed. It looks like you can go there through the old cliff path. Excuse me? Did you say the Wright summer house? Huh. Well, yes. I never saw it myself. I was too young at the time. But everyone around here knows the story well. It was a terrible tragedy, you see, one night. There was a landslide just beneath the house. Most of the building fell sheer into the sea, leaving only yonder ruins. Many died, though by a miracle young Master Wright was spared. You can see it from here, look. Right there on the other side of the beach. Do you see it? New location? But we can't go back to the manor. This is a really long episode, even if I don't waffle around. I will not waver my determination to destroy that thing, not while this old body of mine endures. Well, let's give Carter her roses, and then Oscar's gonna open up, and we'll talk to Oscar, then we'll go to the summer house at the cliff. Rose Carter's at the front end. Distant bells. Putting the bells of the church, a priest is calling a mass. Putting the flowers at Rose's grave is all we needed to open the church. But it's about 2 hours again. This could be a 2-day game. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be back momentarily. But maybe not too quick. I should feed the cats, actually. Alright, alright. That's enough pondering about our mortality by the grave of Rose Carter. Let's go to church. Now that the bells are ringing and Padre should be in. I want to go back to the manor. We got the 4 statues to show their faces. So you're gonna hide? Not gonna hide anymore. Left flowers on your lover's grave as you asked. Thank you so much, I'm in your debt. Cool. Then to mass we go, though nobody goes to church in this town anymore, it turns out. There's no ablution fountain. How am I supposed to dip my hands into the water and do the sign of the cross? And these pews, so stinky. Pew! Windows are boarded up. But not all of them, so it's probably just broken rather than trying to keep the outside out or the inside in. A confessional, so it's a Catholic congregation. Well, that's the real reason why nobody's showing up anymore. This is supposed to be an Anglican town. Neglected, decaying cross reflects the faith of the villagers all too well. Good morning? Good morning, my son. Does nobody come to church anymore? What is the matter, father? What happened to your parishioners? The village has seen bleak times. Many have left, and the rest have lost their faith. Every day I ring the bells, but no one answers. May God have mercy on their souls. Why do you suppose that is? I could not say. The mist that shrouds this coast and the shapes that swirl within have long been a source of hearsay. But lately the stories that people tell are not of pirates and smugglers, but something more sinister. Some say the devil himself has come to our shore. It is a rumor I dare not disregard. Are you personally acquainted with Professor Wright? Why, yes, of course. Adam is not merely a parishioner, but one of my closest friends. Since our youth we enjoyed many scholarly but sometimes quite fervent discussions. He being an anthropologist and myself a theologian. Hey, fellow anthropologists! But it is until he fell ill. But since he is like that, I have not visited him. Well, thanks for the deets, gotta go. Wait a moment, please. I need to ask for a small favor. Please give this to Adam. I don't know if it will mean anything to him now, but it will bring peace to my soul if there is some token of our friendship resting by his side. A photo? And I could finally go back to the manor? I could finally go back to the manor. The first thing we're going to do is go to the statue garden, because I have that puzzle solved. We solved that puzzle before we began the hypnotism. But it kind of railroaded me into it. So I wasn't able to complete that. Finally, let me back in. First thing we're gonna do is all the way to the back. These better not have reset on me, these panels. All the masks are off, and because all the masks are off, the central statue has dropped its jar. An object among them, hidden inside. It looks like a compass, but it must be broken because it does not point north. Maybe it's not that kind of compass. But to seemingly random directions. Maybe it's to help us find our way in the fog. But since we're here anyway, we'll stop by. Leave this picture by Adam. Locked. Closed from the inside. How about the back door? Is he taking visitors right now? The back door looks open. Now where is Mrs. What's-Her-Face? The basement door is open. Was it not a safe thing to leave the basement door open and unlocked? This is a new room. This must be the housekeeper's. Just gotta snoop through everything. There's a key inside. It's mine now. Coat. Oh, it's the second cloth. A visitor will call. If the birds fall silent, the visitors will call. So the reason they have so many birds in there is because as long as there are birds, and many, many, many birds, and chances are the birds will cry. And if the birds cry, the visitors will stay at bay. So we don't, in fact, want the birds to stop singing. The fire's out here in the library? Oh no. The only book in the bookshelf I'll ever look at. The fire is out. How did this happen? Was there always only one chair? Paper page, paper rustle. You still hear birds. And the birds are all moving, none are dead. Now that we know the significance of the birds, I kinda got a bit apprehensive as to whether they'd be alive. Here, let's reduce our security and open the door from the inside. Locked. They left their back door open, but otherwise, the front door is completely sealed. The key doesn't go to this? Is she simply taking a bath? No. Professor Wright is not here. Well, the key was in the housekeeper's chest. Did she move Professor Wright somewhere and then lock the door? He's been raptured. His dressing gown and slippers are here. Snowing outside. Drapes are closed on this window. Maybe he did get raptured. Or maybe the hypnotism has unlocked something in him. An open book on the floor. Well, read it, man! The Book of Birds. Aw, man. We have all the scientific names of the birds downstairs. Is it actually going to matter now? The birds are traveling to meet their king when they reach the crossroads. The wretched crow tried to lead them astray and onto the path of mists. Many birds followed him and were lost forever beyond that veil. Only there was the wisdom of the crested hoopoe and the prudence of the red-feathered robin could lead the remaining 28 back to the path of righteousness. Ever since, the birds have sung their praises, for without the hoopoe and the robin, silence would have fallen forever. So we have two cloths. We put the cloths over the hoopoe and the robin. They'll go silent, and the rest of the birds will go silent. And then the visitor will come. Is the office okay? Office is as it was. I wonder if there's an in-game solution to which bird is a robin, which bird is a hoopoe, or given that this was browser games on their website before the full commercial release, if the expectation is you nerds are on the internet, you could look up what these scientific names are to find which one's a robin, which one's a hoopoe. Well, sucks, but it turns out Professor Adam Wright wasn't here, so I guess we'll just go to the summer house. Though maybe the psychiatrist friend might want to know that his mentor is missing. But oh well, we're here now. Root of the tree, grip tightly to the rocks that anchor it. Empty wardrobe. Foundations heavily damaged. Proceed with utmost care. Thought that was a bird standing over there. Peculiar indentation in the stone. I would say maybe just put a bottle in there, but there's little holes all around it, so maybe something with several fastening points on the back of it. Side of the cliff, heavily exposed to the harsh sea wind. So nothing I can do here right now. Maybe I do simply have to bury the birds. Let's report back first. Herr Professor, your friend seems to be missing. The house on the cliff. I discovered that Professor Wright's family once owned a house on the cliffs. According to one of the locals, Professor Wright almost died as a young man when the family's summer house was destroyed by a landslide. A house next to the sea. Hey, Onyx, now that the cats had their food, they're a lot more alert now, right, Onyx? A landslide. Begging your pardon, Wakefield, but the answer is obvious, isn't it? During the session, the professor said the entrance to the tunnel was through a waterfall. Not of water, but of rocks and mud. This is too similar a description to be a coincidence. I theorize that the entrance to the tunnel is concealed somewhere in that house. Well, we don't have the thing to match the relief. Onyx, I topped off your water today, this morning. Why do you have to drink my water out of my cups? This is why I have the upset tummy lately, Onyx, because you keep licking it with the tongue that you use to clean yourself, and Toasty keeps wanting to dip his paw into the water to lick off, the same paw that he uses to bury his poops. Anything new we could talk about? No. Should we tell Oscar that we can't lay the picture down because your pal, Professor Radam, is missing? Nothing. Nothing new here. The village is completely bereft of any purpose now. What do you want, Onyx? You want the window? You want to go in the window? Go ahead. Alright, Robin and Hoopo. Front door's still locked, can't do a thing about that. The compass just moved a little, hold on. When I was out... It's pointing. Would you look at that? It's pointing vaguely toward the house. And now it's pointing out. Huh. Huh. Pointing towards it. It really wants me to leave. Be gone, the compass is saying. Be gone. It'd be nice if this book of birds. Compilation of legends with their birds. If it said what the scientific name of these birds of importance were. Firhula, Firhula. Corvus cornix. Upepa epops. Turdus marula. Imagine being a turdus. Passer domesticus. Porphyro eleni. Lucinia megarenchinos. Carduelis flavorustis. Erythacus rubicella. I do have two cloths. What I could do is start at one end and do nope, 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 and then do the next bird. Nope, 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 to the next bird. Nope, 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 nope. We're gonna brute force it. This is going to be the least efficient way to do this. I could just look up the birds with their scientific names. All the birds have suddenly stopped their chittering. Ringing at the door. Oh no. Oh no. But the door's locked. I can't open the door. The door has been opened. And it turns out it's just a housekeeper coming home with bread and eggs. Door open. There's a letter. That's not a letter, it's just snow. So, Is this just a metaphorical door opened? So, apart from the door being open, what else would have changed? Door slammed. Is it locked? No, it's not locked. Oh my god, Mr. Wright. Let me look around first. A few books in classical theater. Layer of dust in the coat rack, but not the coat. You been out, mister? Cheerful scene, with a lift of the heart as sunny of the day, stands in stark contrast to the tragedy that has befallen this house. Old wardrobe. Windows open. Alright, now for you, the poor man. Looks as if his heart gave out on him. His eyes, my god, they are fixed with an expression of utmost terror. Let's see, his fists are clenched, he's holding onto something. And that something is some kind of stone figurine. He's holding it tightly, as if he was protecting it from someone. It's one half of the thing. The figurine is beautifully carved, but appears to be but one half of a larger artifact. What has happened to him? I have seen death before, but never has a body left me so ill at ease. I am trembling. Well, let's give you the picture that the priest wanted you... I can't even give it to him! The priest wanted you to have this by your side, even if you weren't able to respond. This is serious. I must break the news to Kaufman and, of course, to the local authorities. We'll have to be informed. Oh, don't tell me Kaufman's dead now. With the death of Wright, Kaufman's also died. Maybe the visitor visited Johann and Adam at once. Kaufman, what's the matter, Kaufman? Don't worry, I've given him a mild sedative. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Armitage. The innkeeper called me because he was worried about your friend. Pleased to meet you. I am Dr. Wakefield. What are Kaufman's symptoms? Strong coughing, general feebleness, dizziness. It is too soon yet for a diagnosis. It could be a simple cold, but the sudden onset and severity of his symptoms is certainly a concern. He must be monitored for the next few hours at least. Do not worry, Dr. Wakefield. I will remain here and take care of your friend. Trust no one. What if he is also part of the playwright? Could it be something serious? Doctor, this is far from my speciality, but do you think it could be something more serious? It is too soon to know. Let's wait and see how his condition develops. Well, since he's unconscious, we don't gotta worry about his privacy, right? Should respect Kaufman's privacy. Oh. Well, what to do now? Town square. We should report Adam's death to somebody, right? Who would be the authority in this town? The innkeeper? Or the priest? There's not really anybody else. The store's closed already. Miss Window Watcher, who always... What you doing, Onyx? Trying to crawl out the window from the back? Locked. Well, I guess the only authority we can report to then is the barmaid. Hey, someone's dead. I haven't seen cops around. No, that's it. We got nothing. Alright. So maybe the only solution is to follow the compass wherever it tells me to go. It wants me to leave, it wants me to leave. Does it want me to go to the cliff? It wants me to leave from the cliff too. Does it want me to go to the grave? It's pointing towards the right here. Does it want me to go to the cliff? Or is it going to point at the unmarked grave? Someone should port these games to the Commodore 64. That'd be interesting, MP. They're already kind of in that classic adventure game visual style. But imagine a further degrade for a C64 demake. There's something buried here. The other half of the bust. Not really bust, the relief. An engraved stone. Well, if it's a statuette, then I guess it would be a bust. Put them together. Joined together, the two pieces form an intricately carved figure or idol. It is ancient without a doubt. I don't see a Phrygian cap, so probably not Mithras. But now that we have the two halves joined as one, and the compass is gone, that's the only purpose of it. I thought it would help us with the mist too. Then let's open up that back door. Fits right in here. And now another dingy, tight crawl space to go through. The passage behind the fireplace leads into the cliff. So, if Adam was but a boy when this landslip happened and most of the house fell down to the sea, do you think this mechanism was also a part of the house back then? Or is this something he added for his experiments? This must be something. This must be the entrance to the underground tunnel I must go on. There's a note. Whatever you find down here, do not stop. Maybe this is Adam leaving it for me. This is definitely coming to close of chapter. There's definitely nothing else now. Whatever's down here, then to be continued. So chapter 2, season 2, seems like the longest one yet. There's a hole over here, a hole over there. We'll go with the first hole first. Front hole, then the back one. It's a maze! Should I get some paper out? It's a maze, and we got the slower lantern walking speed. What I should have done was pay attention to the directions he gave during hypnosis. We went into something, then north, north, north. Viscous substance? Some kind of fungus or the decomposed remains of an animal? Yeah. It's more wet here. Exit to the east. This part of the cave is blocked by a cave-in. Could this have been the tunnel from the mansion side? Either way, I can't proceed any further that way. Move with a purpose, Wakefield. Back to the slime room. And then pit. A wide pit in the middle of the chamber descends deep into the dark. I think I hear the sound of the sea far below. You know, if there was another tunnel entrance to here, and he simply collapsed the tunnel under the basement to trap the thing in here, but there's another exit, that would explain then why the town started dying off when sailors started seeing the thing. That thing the sailors saw on the rocks could have been the very thing that that the professor hoped to keep hidden. There's a pit to the sea, but I can't climb down. I can't look down with the lantern. I would have thought this would be where it wants me to go. Maybe now that I've seen the pit, something else will be different, or maybe I just haven't found the right way. It'd be nice to have an esoteric compass pointing out where to go. Or faster move speed. Where's my turbo button? Slime room again. Left from slime room always comes here. Wet room. Should be a dead end here. This should be the collapse tunnel. Collapse tunnel. No place else I can go. You can't walk any further. And that part of the cave is blocked by a cave-in. I can't even double-click on the exits you just warped through. Even if it's a place we've been through before, we gotta wait for the slow walk to finish. That's different. Human remains, flesh gone, but the bones look undisturbed. How long have they lain here? What on earth? Why on earth did Professor Wright not alert the authorities? Must press on. What possible research could have led to this? So from Bone Room we have... Dead End? Only one other exit then. This area looks too familiar. That puddle has been seen before. If I go this way, is it going to be the slime room again? Oh, that's not the slime room. I'm curious what's to the right. If to the left is this bridge and the right is back where he came from, what's to the left? Or to the right, I mean. This looks important. We have another dripping, oozing orifice here. The hole goes deep into the wall of the cave.